Think we're yeah, we are live. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Regular Joe Poker Show at the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo, Ohio, 5105 Glendale Avenue. I'm Vic Gager, and I have a very special guest with us tonight, Noah Campbell. Noah, thanks for coming in and joining me tonight. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah. And we've got a really good lineup here for our Regular Joe. We've got a few familiar faces, and then we've got a few new faces to the live stream. And we tried to collect a little bit of information on some of these guys. Now, Noah knows a couple of these guys really well, and we'll be chatting about that. But it looks like we've got Brian starting things off with the first hand, and this is a $200 to $500 buy-in. You can see what everybody's pretty much starting there with. Most everybody's starting with 500, except for a few folks. I'm looking forward to tonight's action. We've had just lately with our live streams, game after game after game of just crazy action. You were here Tuesday night.
I've been there.
You've been there. You saw it personally. We saw it again Thursday night, and that ended with a royal flush. It was a second to the last hand that we live streamed, and just things have been great. So we expect a lot more action to continue. Really appreciate everybody joining us here tonight. Again, this is the Regular Joe Poker Show, and they're getting started here. And it looks like we're going to have five players going into this flop here.
Got to kick it off with a bang.
Got to kick it off with a bang. And a rainbow flop there, and looks like. Buddha's got the best of it by virtue of the ace, and everybody checks it around.
They got a gut shot for Zach, and that's...
Yep. And let's see, somebody bet out here. John went ahead and bet out 60 just with nothing. And John's going to be a lot of action for us here tonight. You've played with John, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, a couple times. He's an aggressive player. He's going to look and take edges wherever he can, and this one's no different here.
Yeah.
And he takes down an uncontested pot with 9 high.
And so we've been informed that it's the Vic and Noah show here for about 15 minutes. The little sound issue, but that'll be coming on quickly. And it's interesting. I've seen this before, Noah, where you get some newer players to the table, and it's pretty quiet the first 15 minutes anyway, because it's almost like a boxing match where they're kind of feeling each other out, particularly if players have not been on the live stream before. Their nerves are getting a little bit of the best of them to begin with, and it takes eventually they get comfortable with each other, especially when you got Buddha at the table. Buddha provides a lot of great commentary and discussions that aren't always necessarily about poker.
That's true.
Yeah.
Buddha's one of my favorite human beings. I've known him for ever since really the start of my poker career. I started playing with him a lot. My first live experience at Greektown, playing with him and his wife and a bunch of other people, and he's just he's a great guy. He's good action, and he loosens the game up for sure.
And Travis now has got ace queen, and he's going to raise this up.
That's a great spot to 3-bet on the button.
Yeah. And here's your buddy, JP.
Jimmy Polimenus. Jimmy's a good friend of mine. We went to college together. He watches me on the stream sometimes and mentioned that he would like to come up and play. And I was like, well, listen, I'm commentating this weekend, so let me see if we can get you a seat. And they had a seat open, and so he drove up here, and he played a little 1-2 at the casino last night as Denny flops top set here on the 9-5-4 2 diamond board. Travis has drawn pretty slim to backdoor diamonds. Looks like he's going to fire out about 100.
Denny checked to him, so he's got an opportunity here to see if he's in the lead here or not, but that's a pretty quick call from Denny.
That's going to slow down some action there, but they're not deep enough that they're not going to get it in here. Travis obviously has the ace of diamonds here.
So a quick all-in and a quick snap call from Denny. And he needs a diamond and a diamond only.
That's correct.
And Brian's going to get set everything up here for us, so we've got a good view of the board.
Oh. And we get our first bad beat of the night.
Wow.
93% of the flop goes down.
Oh, and they're running it twice.
Oh, they did run it twice.
They did run it twice. So they will. They
no
will
Max
chop
Payne
this up
tonight, Vic. No Max Payne apparently.
Yeah, and we've got some of our usual friends out there watching. Vicky Anderson, Johnny, Caleb Rice says sorry about last night.
Yeah, Caleb and I were battling at Hollywood last night, and he got the best of me at the end of the night. So
Oh yeah.
good looking out, Caleb. Good looking out. Spend my money wisely, my friend. Take me to a Cavs game next year, buddy.
And so we're at the. This is our regular Joe, but we've got a women's live stream coming up down next Saturday, July 1st, and that's going to be the regular Jane poker game. And I believe we've got all seats. The wizard can tell us in our ears whether we've got still space in that or not. But that's going to be another unique adventure for us. Have an all-women's game. Now, we did have an all-women's tournament during our Scotty Wynn tournament series, and that was a lot of fun. The ladies were great on the live stream. They were having so much fun playing. So I would expect the same type of atmosphere that we'll have for next Saturday for July 1st. And if you are interested in playing in that, ladies, let us know. So here's not a very exciting hand coming out, and Mike is going to come in here and make a stab at this with his 4, and Buddha's going to quickly get out of the way.
Yeah, it's not a bad flop for Mike there with a bottom pair and a gut shot. Lets it go quick. Yeah, it's really awesome to hear that you guys are doing the women's live stream. You know, poker has been a male-dominated space for so long, and you know, women just make the game better. So we got to do what we can to get them involved and make them feel comfortable in the space. And I think having an all-women's game is a really nice way to do that. So I'll be definitely tuning in for that one.
So JP and you went to college together, but he drove up here from Cincinnati?
He lives in Cincinnati.
Okay.
He's from Bowling Green originally. I'm from Cincinnati originally. And
Oh,
now,
you are?
Now
Okay.
he lives down there with his wife and their son and his 2 stepkids as well. And so his wife Annette might be watching right now. So hi Annette. I'll take it easy on your boy tonight, I promise. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun night.
So we've got a straddle here for 10. This is a 1-3 game here tonight, folks, with a $200 to $500 buy-in amount. As we mentioned in the beginning, it looked like just about everybody had bought in for the 500. And we're going to see a kind of limp city here, back over to the straddler Buddha with just Jack 3.
Wizard might be running out of screen space for all the hands that are in this one.
That's right. We got 7 players going to this flop. And who hit the queen? Nobody.
Nope, Big Willie.
Oh, Big Willie.
He flopped the boat. Just queens full. Flops everybody basically dead. Oh, you know what? John has a queen as well. This could be an expensive pot. Checks around completely. No surprise. Heart on the turn. JP picks up a heart draw, but that is no good.
Buddha hits a jack, and so he's going to fire out at it. John's going to quickly make a call here.
I'm really surprised that he didn't make a raise there. He's such an aggressive player.
That's why I brought it up. I kind of figured he would. And Big Will here. Big Willie. And he explained what the Willie was about. I forget his last name, but his last name begins with E. So now Willie has got to be hoping, and they checked it around.
Wow.
Wow.
Where's the rest of that pot, boys?
Yeah. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the Reserve Poker Club, 5105 Glendale Avenue. We've got a lot of things coming up that we'd like to talk about. Just mentioned the July 1st ladies cash game that's going to take place. That's a ladies-only live stream, July 1st. Any ladies interested in playing in our ladies-only live stream Saturday, July 1st, please contact the club, and we'll get you on the list. And again, that's a 1-3 no limit hold'em with a $200 to $500 buy-in. And then this Tuesday, our live stream, that it's going to be a 2-5 game, and that is going to be our Terry Schaefer night. I just got off the phone with Terry. He's down in Florida. Terry's been a longtime friend to a lot of the players here in Toledo. Moved down to Florida a few years ago, and we miss him. He's always pleasant to play with, and really all-around good guy. And
if you like bad jokes at the poker table, you're going to love playing with Terry.
That's
just absolutely love it.
Yeah, that's true.
He was the dad joke before dad jokes were a thing.
But anyway, that's this Tuesday, and I believe we do have a full table for that. I wouldn't be surprised we have quite a bit more than that, because we will have, we always have time and space for a feeder table. So the Queen 3, the Dorothy, John's going to come along with this raised of 35 with the Queen 3.
There's not many hands that John's not willing to play.
Right.
So Buddha's going to flop the best of this.
Continuation bet here from Willie. And John's going to get out of the way pretty quickly. Might be a scarce card here for Buddha. And that does slow things down.
Again. Nope. Check down. Buddha's going to win this. A check call or check through.
And Buddha does take that hand down. We've also we'll be talking about our July 8th Salute to Service. That's a $10,000 prize pool guarantee salute to service free roll tournament. So open to only veterans or currently serving servicemen and women, and it's for them. It's a zero buy-in. There are $100 rebuys, but you can see the structure there of $25,000 starting stack, 20-minute levels, and we will be live streaming the feature and final table. And this has been a big project, not only for the reserve here, but Dom has really kind of taken this on. It was his idea, for as far as I can understand, and he's put a lot of effort into it. Continues to. He's on vacation this week. He's been putting pictures on Facebook of his.
Yeah, that's why they needed me. I'm filling in for the Dom.
Filling in for the Dom.
So he can go beach it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've contributed $200 to this prize pool, Vic.
Excellent.
We played.
Yes.
We played the stand-up game on Tuesday night, and instead of paying the other players, we decided to do the stand-up game would be the bounty would go to the thing, and
yes.
I lost my first stand-up game. So
yes.
JP has picked up aces here,
yep.
and has 3-bet to 60. We've got. He's not going to flop a set, as we've got 2 other aces out there, but we've got some strong hands, and he should get some callers here.
Denny gets out of the way. John going to come along with his 5-4 of hearts. It almost looked like he was reaching for raising chips for a second.
You just never know.
You never know. And
people named John on this stream tend to like to play a lot of hands, so and I'm not going to begrudge him for getting in a multi-way pot with 5-4 suited. That looks kind of juicy.
But Bruce decides to let go the ace-10.
And the Doc with Queen 10 suited. JP's not going to like seeing this much action behind him on his 3-bet, but welcome to live poker.
Yeah.
Doc's going to flop an open-ended straight draw with a back door here. Nothing really for anyone else. Some running flush draws. We're going to see what JP's going to do here. Looks like he's going to bet about a little over 200 or maybe a little under 200 to a pot of 316.
Yeah, 140, 135, 165.
165. That's going to lose probably everybody with the exception of maybe Doc. We'll see if he wants to peel a card out of position here with an over. Backdoor straight draw, or backdoor flush draw, open and straight draw. He does not. And JP is going to take down his first pot on stream. He's going to show it. He's all proud. That's my boy.
Yeah.
Get it done, Jimmy.
Way to go. Way to go, JP. But that salute to service, speaking of donations, we are fundraising for that, donations for the $10,000 prize pool guarantee. as Noah mentioned on Tuesday night, they were doing the stand-up game or the knit chip game, and the last person standing with a knit chip had to contribute $200. Now, normally that would just go to the other players, spread around the other players in the table, but they unanimously decided to do that, and greatly appreciate that. They did it again Thursday night, and it was a little bit less money because it was a smaller game. And I wound up contributing $40 because they were doing $40, and it got down to like 6 people, and I said, all right, if one of 3 of these 3 people, and I picked Buddha and I think it was I forget who it was, but anyway, if any one of them wound up with the last, I would match it, and so I matched that. I invited people on the stream to do the same thing. I think when we do this, I don't know if they'll do that tonight.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to
do the knit game, but I'm sure we'll do it again Tuesday night. There'll be more opportunities, and I encourage and invite our fans out there to get involved.
We got some player audio now. Just in time for back-to-back aces. This time Travis has picked them up. We had a raise, and Travis is 3-bet to 110. Unlike last hand, though, I do not believe he's going to get any customers here. But I don't know Zach. I've never played with him. Some people love their pocket pairs, and he's one of them. I'm right there with you, Zach. Pretty wet board here.
Yeah.
This is probably going to be a check bet fold.
So this is the second all-in we've seen tonight from Travis. And Zach's looking him up and down, but no matter what Zach might think he's looking for out of Travis, I just don't see him sticking around here.
Yeah, there's not much equity for him against any kind of range that Travis will be doing this with.
So we haven't, we've got a early table here tonight. Everybody sits down basically with their game face on, ready to play. But we've talked about this in the live stream before about reading players, but specifically kind of reading their aura. And you can see oftentimes if a player is doing poorly, or sometimes they just come to the table with a bad attitude. And for the way I play my game, I kind of focus. I will focus on that. I'll look around to see, and conversely, if a guy like John is feeling reckless and bold, I might just purposely stay away from him. But how much of that is in your game and reading people's? Not so much the body language that they give or the tell that they give on a specific hand, but just their overall disposition and aura.
Not much. I mean, poker's a crazy game, and there are ups and downs, and this is a unique game because everybody's starting at the same time.
Yeah,
they're all sitting down. It's fresh. Everybody's in a good place. They're on stream. They want to look good and feel good and present themselves well for the public. You walk into a casino, you could be in the middle of somebody's 8-hour session and they are stuck, and so this is a little bit different atmosphere. I've noticed when I played on stream, everybody's really in a good mood to start, quiet and a little reserved to start, and then it opens up later. But people tend to, for the most part, behave themselves pretty well on stream. A little bit different story some other times.
John's got a double belly here, and he's coming along. They're going to check this. Doc in the lead with the ace, but nothing there for John. And
checks.
Ooh.
1-bet 65.
Checking to John means he's going to make a move on that.
Yeah, that's a smart bet by John. He knows he can't beat anything, but a small bet that looks like value could fold out some other misdraws. It's not going to get it through against top pair, but it's certainly better than just checking back 6 high and hoping.
We'll never know what you have, Mike.
Matthew Patchett is watching. Hey, Patch. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Jim Nasser's watching. Jim is one that's signed up to play Tuesday night. He's very much looking forward to Terry Schaefer coming back into town and seeing him.
All right, John.
And he'll be in the live stream game on Tuesday night.
not 3.
What's our game?
4. Half an order.
Yeah, I know.
Travis going to raise it up
Five
with
raises,
ace 10
three
here.
total
He's
bet.
been a nice little run of cards to start the stream.
Folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Looks like there has been a $10 straddle on for most of the hands so far. So
Yeah.
there looks like they're turning this into
Somebody might have to
turning
shoot
this in a little bit into a
raise the-
2-5 game or a 1-3-10 game,
1-3-10.
which should make for some good action with some short stacks.
Sounds like a muffled walkie-talkie sound.
John picking up a suited king here. He's going to 3-bet in position.
Certainly the strongest hand he's played so far.
That's true.
You know, they don't see.
Sometimes they just wake up with the top of their range. Not that King 9 is quite the top of John's range, but it's close.
It's close.
It's close. Travis lays down ace 10, but Mike's going to call with ace 4. And John's got to love this flop with 2 overs and a flush draw. And,
Mike with a gut shot.
And 2 calls.
You can go twice.
Oh, an all-in and a call. Quick call with ace high and no spades.
Call, and I think I heard twice.
Yep.
Well, there's some action for you. Kind of expecting Mike to possibly fold that. Oh, he hits
That'll-
his ace.
That'll rip off board 1 for John.
John gets the first one with the flush.
Ace high still is good, though, so John has to improve both boards.
And he does. He hits his
And he
9.
hits the
Oh,
9.
no.
That's it.
Yep, hits a 9
He
on
hits a
board
9,
2.
yeah.
So John's going to scoop.
Yeah, call for that one, too.
That's a 9. I didn't think another spade was coming.
And Brian's doing a quick count there so that he can give an accurate number to Mike. But John will take this down, and we're going to switch up dealers here. We got Jonathan coming in, and this is a good time to talk about our summer series. This is the kickoff game for the summer series. It's a $10,000 free roll, $2,000 guaranteed first place. This is a 0 buy-in, 1 p.m. start. There are $40 rebuys and then a $40 add-on at the break. And that's Sunday, July 23rd. So we've been promising a summer series, and we're following through on that. It's going to be just a great series, and this is the first event of that week. And then Monday night, the second event of that series is a $7,500 prize pool guaranteed double green chip bounty, and that's a $175 buy-in, 6 o'clock start time. And this is $50 bounty, so another good one to get warmed up, because what we're crescendoing into with all of this is our $100,000 guarantee tournament. We'll be talking about that shortly. Travis picks up pocket 10s.
I don't know what a double green chip bounty is, but it seems twice as good as a single green chip
It-
bounty. Would I be accurate in that?
Yeah, you would be.
All right.
You would be. That's a terrific assumption.
I got like 10 high.
Wow.
Oh,
Then you had somebody snap
or
it.
should you not? Yeah.
Okay,
Four-handed.
So four-handed going into this flop.
That's a really good flop for Travis. I can't seem to figure out how to flop an overpair when I have queens and kings. If you can do it with, you got 10s.
That is 30.
That's the way to do it.
Fold.
Doc's going to lead in here with just 10 high.
Fold.
Let's see if Travis is going to use a raise here. Does not.
Clear heads up to a 10.
So Travis has the check mark here, but now there's 3 hearts on the board and a pair.
60.
Yeah, Doc seemed very determined. When you start barreling with no pair, no draw, you're usually willing to fire more than one bullet, and it's going to get through here.
It's going to work.
Travis has had a lot of good cards, but has played relatively tight and made some folds that have not necessarily been in his favor. But nice double barrel bluff by Doc there.
Yeah, and
Makes
event
it
number
fun.
3, which is Tuesday night, July 25th. This is really an interesting concept. This is a dual tournament. This is a team event. So there will be 2 tournaments going on simultaneously.
Small line, please.
And the team will pay $200 buy-in as a team. And one person will play in one tournament, and the other will be in the other tournament,
What'd you
and
think of that
then
no
they
big
will shift over.
T7?
So
Like they
this,
swap each other's
they
stacks?
swap each other's place.
Oh, he
Yeah.
knocked out
So like it's basically like a tag team event,
It's
but,
a tag-
but there's two tournaments
Yeah.
at the same time. I like that.
Yeah.
That's very innovative. I like
And according to the Wizard, it's never been done. We're going to give it a try. I'm rather excited. The problem with these big series with the deal here is it's all hands on deck. So I don't think I'll be able to pick a teammate for that one. However, sometimes they come to us and say, all right, you can pick one event that you want to play in.
I watched most of it.
Otherwise, you're on the schedule. But
Don't know yet.
and I'm not whining about that, by the way. That's the way it should be because these events that we put on take a lot of work. But here we go. We've got six-handed going into this flop.
I might try and play that one if I can find anyone silly enough to be my tournament partner.
Makes sense.
Bet is 30.
I think I would have just arbitrarily chosen to donate
John
$40
In here with the 10-4 offsuit and his flop bottom too.
show cards.
Got some gut shots. He
Well, that's
What a
the wise
charity.
play.
might just pick this one up.
You hear the story about a guy loses $500 trying to
$30 bet. Now he's going to raise it up to 65.
You have seen that for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
Zach pretty
Get it
quiet
done.
so far.
It's charity.
Got to lay that down, and Bruce gets out of the way. But Denny's going to stick around with his gut shot.
Half.
So
After the
goes
break,
there. He
I
wants
didn't
that queen.
I couldn't win a hand. I lost every
Check.
hand I played.
check.
I had to pay the net.
Oh, check
bad.
there.
And I ended up winning over $1,000. I'm sure if I had tried.
Let's see.
It might work out for him here.
Yeah,
because it
that
looks
check
like
might have
Denny's
paid
gonna
off.
take a shot at
Hands,
this.
you know, in bluffs
Bet
or
is
whatever.
65.
I'd probably give it all back.
Snap raise to 150
So I
for
just said,
John.
what the heck, I'll just pay the 40 bucks. When the stream ended, there were
Quick
3 of us
fold.
still had a button, and I couldn't stay. I gotta get home, so I just paid the 40.
So John continues to stay with his game. This is definitely his, the way he likes to play. So let's talk about then Wednesday of that week, July 26th, the $20,000 freeze out, $500 buy-in, 6 p.m. start. Every Wednesday we're doing a freeze out here, $100 buy-in freeze out, and it's become very popular. So we're anticipating a good turnout for this one.
That's nice.
I believe this is a good value, $500 for $20,000 prize pool guarantee with no re-increase. My style of play, I prefer freeze out or at least one rebuy type of tournaments, and there's a lot of people like that. We had 84 in the last series that we ran that. So I don't anticipate that guarantee having an issue being met. It's probably going to be exceed that.
Absolutely. And for those that watched the stream before but have never got the chance to come to the reserve and play, it's worth your time to drive down here. These tournaments are fantastic. I play here often, primarily cash, but I played a few tournaments here. The staff is wonderful. The dealers are amazing. They take care of the players. It's really a wonderful experience. John, 7-4, and he has flop trips. So, I'm going to, if we go on break or after the stream, I'm going to pull John aside and see if he can teach me his ways. I need to learn how to flop trips with 7-4 and bottom 2 with 10-4.
Yeah.
He's got it. Something you can't teach. You're not going to read that in a book.
Bet is 40.
Denny, though, he
handful of
is
nothing
looking
is-
to barrel off. He wants this pot after losing the last one. And John's not going anywhere. I don't care what he bets. This is going to be bad for Denny because he's going to think he bluffed into the best hand.
I got news.
16 is all or 7.
Yeah.
Oh, and just a
Just
call.
a call. I'm kind of surprised at that. I guess maybe
Oh.
Denny betting the whole way or betting into him with his kicker not playing.
Yeah.
I thought it was safer to call, but a raise there I think would have gotten a call.
Yeah, this is what it looks like when we've got our big tournaments running, and it almost looked like this last night for our freeze out. I mean our free roll. But this is what we're culminating to here for that summer series, July 27th through the 30th. $140 buy-in. That is just a great value. And the way we run these, we do 2 flights on Thursday, 2 flights Friday, 2 flights Saturday. $200 at the conclusion of the flight. So everyone who bags immediately is receiving $200 cash. There's a $1,000 double bag bonus paid, and this is just going to be we've like you mentioned, and I will brag that we have proven we know how to do these well. And for that, $140 to get into a large tournament like that, I think it's just a great value. And we anticipate all hands on deck. It'll be very, very busy here, which makes it so much fun.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad I don't work here, because I like to not be the one that's busy. We're gonna get a shout out here for Jessie on YouTube. She said, "Hey guys, can we have your daily shout out for your Aussie viewers and fans?" Shout out to the fans down under.
Yeah. And another question about the ladies' cash game. That is a week from tonight, by the way, July 1st. That is ladies only. We're going heads up here into this flop between Zach and Doc.
Flop, stop, and bottom here.
And we saw Doc get aggressive in the last hand he was in, but this time he flops the ace. And they go check, check.
That's a great check by Doc there. Sometimes people get a little overzealous when they flop big hands. They want to get a bunch of money in the pot. If Doc bets that on the flop, he's just taking down a small pot, and his check behind has induced a bluff on the turn from Zach. And now he's going to pick up some money, and who knows, Zach might be firing into this river as well.
Wow. Bro, so even if they get 8 and it pushes, I'm good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, and he does.
Yeah.
You're right.
Doc definitely does not love that card at all. Gets him counterfeited.
40 grand. Oh my God.
That would've been nice.
151.
Oh, man, be sick.
So we'll see if
I don't know
Zach
if
can do
he-
to Doc what Doc did to the 10s just a couple hands ago.
King.
Yeah, it's really the worst card in the deck for Doc, but he's not going to fold.
Going to make the call.
Nice call. Nice call, Doc.
Very good call.
No, I folded the king.
Doc's another one that I've played poker with for, closing in on like 15, 20 years, playing in private games all around Toledo. We were just chatting about it before the stream. Toledo poker community is really a tight-knit one, and sometimes you'll see people at a tournament, and you'll just be like, you don't know their name, but you're just like, I know I played with you in
Right.
this guy's basement,
Yeah.
15 years ago.
Right.
So it's always nice to see some familiar faces. So Doc picks up a nice pot there, and he becomes the first player to cross the $1,000 mark,
Yeah.
with John not too far behind with 907
Yeah, worse and worse.
on the back of his 7-4 and 10-4.
And JP is still in the green here. With his 708 in front of him after a $500 buy-in.
That's just bad right now. Big ace, call it.
Straddle is still on to 10.
But the worst hand, I'd rather lose. I hate getting counterfeited. Yeah. Worst, that's the worst getting counterfeited. I'd rather call.
And here comes
I know, I'd rather
JP with
just beat
the
my
suited queen 7.
Quads on the other way. Take
Yeah,
the
it's funny that these 1-3 games kind of tilt back and forth. You'll get
Oh,
a handful of hands where it's 3 bets and sometimes even 4 bets, a lot of action, and then everybody kind of just takes a breath, and then you get 6-way pots like this.
Check. Check. Bet at 60.
So Buddha's got the best of this with his Jack 9. He does bet it out.
I imagine Bruce is going to see a turn here with his pocket 6s. It's not the worst flop in the world for 6s. Might want to peel one.
Pretty good this year.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
Good.
Yeah,
Nah.
they're going to be
Look at
good.
that running back.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Good, man. Oh,
JP
And
wisely
then
gets.
sadly, Jameson Williams had to be
Does he have Queen 9? Queen 8. Had Queen 8, right?
Yeah, it was Queen 8 and Queen 7. Queen 8,
Jack 9.
7 of hearts for JP, and Queen 8 for big Will E.
I straddle. I like it. I like it.
Byron B. Word watching.
Real good. Sure, go ahead.
Seen a little bit of Byron this week playing in tournaments. Always glad to have him around.
They were,
I think I'm pretty sure he's out there tonight playing in our tournament.
that Carolina game, they should definitely
And Scott
won.
Lyman saying, hi, you guys.
Oh,
Did a great job keeping us entertained. Thank you. Well, you're welcome. We appreciate that compliment.
He's either going to be very, very good or good boss.
Yeah.
I'd have rather traded those picks.
Joe Butner's watching.
Really.
Oh, yeah. I'd rather,
yeah.
we've sucked so long now after what?
And we've reached our standard sports talk period of the night, when the players start looking around and seeing what sports hats and jerseys they're wearing, and then the conversation inevitably turns to sports.
Instead, you get a quarterback that
JP is a diehard New England
Oh,
Knight
really?
fan, huge Patriots fan,
Wow.
huge Red Sox fan.
Oh.
An unhealthy obsession with Tom Brady, like unhealthy. He has a tattoo of Tom Brady, a big portrait on his back. Where I'm not supposed to talk about it on stream, but
Wow.
it's life size. It's life size.
Check.
John bet out with the 5s, but he's going to check it. Oh, and now
Check.
Doc does hit his ace.
Quarter.
Put a bet out there, but curiosity call coming this way.
Yep.
Yep.
He makes the call. Quick fold.
Feeling much good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've been accused of being very emotional about my my Chicago Bears. Been a lifetime fan of the Chicago Bears, will be forever. And I remember the first time I was in here, and the game was on, and I wasn't dealing. I was on a break or something, and Jim and Marissa were a little surprised at how animated I get, because not typically that animated.
No, you are a very chill guy, and I know that you're a big Bears fan, but I would not have struck you for the crazy
No,
sports
I get
fan.
that's the one time I do get rather animated, is during a Bears game.
Yeah, I am the same way. I've gotten more than a few eye rolls from my fiance, as she has been in my vicinity watching Michigan football primarily, or Bengals football. She is not quite sure why I care so much. And honestly, sometimes I'm not sure why I care so much. But it's a good time to be me, you know. Bengals are coming off 2 straight division titles and a trip to the Super Bowl. My Cincinnati Reds are in first place right now.
Yeah.
Wolverines have won 2 straight on the Buckeyes and made the playoffs 2 years in a row. Like this is it's been a good last couple of years.
Good
for me as a
roll.
sports
Yeah.
fan. Now we just need some championships.
Oh boy. Zach has just rolled himself
time
into
with
another
it here.
situation here.
Normally, I would say this is a slam dunk call, but Travis has played quite tight, but he's not going to let go of this one, nor should he.
Twice. All right, 2 times, guys.
And they're going to run it twice here, so we've got ace-king against ace-9 suited.
Not going to happen there.
Nope.
Club would have kept him alive, but that's about it. Second board. Nine only.
9 only, but doesn't get it.
Let's keep us open.
So Travis is going to take this one down. Nice healthy pot here.
Yeah, you're starting to see the action loosen up, like you said at the beginning.
Yeah.
You mentioned that the players are a little more quiet. Same with the action. Everybody's kind of
Making $80.
feeling each other out.
Yeah.
I was, on our way over here, I was talking to JP about the stream, and I said it plays a little tight at the beginning because everybody takes their time. Nobody wants to look silly on TV. But then, about 45 minutes in, they're throwing $100 bills in the air, lighting them on fire. It gets pretty crazy. Maybe not in this game. The Tuesday game can get a bit wild.
Yes, absolutely. And that's good for the viewership. It may not always be good for the particular players that are on the receiving end of that. But man, like I said, we've just had some great live stream games here recently. We've just been on a roll with the action that's taking place.
Dollar Bill.
Dollar
Billy
Bill,
Hicks is
speaking
joining
of Bears
us. Dave
fans,
Huff.
he's also a Bears fan. And Huff, who took down the tournament the other night.
He mentioned.
Yeah.
He said he cashed in a tournament, and I said, "Oh, you made the final table." And he goes, "Well, there was only one table." And I said, "Well, congratulations on your final table," but he did chop it.
I gotta have each stack be 20.
Zach immediately rebuys for 100 and picks up ace king, and he's going to be looking to get this in.
You want some action, Zach, or not? You want the $10? You want to play?
I have found that anytime anyone ever asks, "Do you want the action?" they never give the action. It doesn't matter what the player says.
Yeah.
It's always a fold. It's just a precursor to a fold.
Yep. The only exception I would give to that is Bob Enright. Enright will ask that question, and if the person says yes, then he doesn't care what he's got.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's going to call.
So
but I love Bob's
The
game.
rules of normal poker do not apply to Mr. Enright. He is another one I played poker with for many, many years, and I hadn't seen him in a long time because the cash game we both played at was defunct. And then when the reserve opened up, I walked in here to play some cash, and there's Bob Enright sitting at a final table of a tournament. It was great to see him again. So it's good to see a familiar face. He's another one of my favorite human beings in poker.
He really is, yeah.
And he just always seems to find his way to final tables and cashes and the reserve.
No, I was happy.
Tournaments.
You're just praying to God you wouldn't one of them,
Well, and that's a funny thing because I'm like you. I knew Bob because of a couple cash games, and now he's really become seems like just a tournament player for the most part. He's here for many of the tournaments each week. If he hasn't been here for a while, he's usually got a reason for it. But now we're going six-handed into this flop.
JP flops a king with some backdoor draws to go with it. Doc is usually a fairly snug player, but he has taken some aggressive lines, betting into large fields on a couple hands here, and this one's no different. Queen high, really no backdoor flush draws, but he took the lead here and has picked up several callers. And Doc is rewarded by turning a straight draw, and that means he's probably going to keep the pressure on here. And this might force JP to let his king go. Looks like everybody else is going to get out of their way with bottom pair and a gut shot, and we'll see what happens. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Doc rivers some equity in this pot with a pair, but he does not think it's going to be good enough. So he's going to fire out 75 and put Jimmy to the test here with a top pair with no kicker, and he gets him to fold.
Yeah.
Another nice pot by Doc. He is playing extraordinarily well tonight.
I personally, I don't like getting in hands with things like King 4 or Ace 6 or certain hands just seem to just get you into trouble. Or you get painted into a corner. So it's tough. When I have hands, I hope I play aggressively. That's what I tell myself to do, but I don't necessarily have a very wide range, personally.
That's fair.
Makes the game a lot easier.
Raise the 20.
But the fact that Doc took that line in that hand and just bet right from the beginning.
Yeah.
You got
sets the
got to
tone.
give him a credit for a king, and when you're looking down at a 4-year kicker, if that board goes checked around the flop, Jimmy's going to be calling 2 streets there. But it's hard to call the third, so sometimes it's just good to take the lead there and just fire into it, hoping to catch a card. And it worked out for him this time.
Lupe says, good luck, guys. The Reserve is a great poker club. Best wishes from the Faded 4 in Waseon, Ohio. Thank you very much for watching. And you're with us tonight at the Regular Joe Poker Show. Here's our chip counts. We are full table with 10 players. This was a $200 to $500 buy-in. And it's a 1-3 game, but it's pretty much been a straddle has been on the whole time. We now have a button on the straddle on the button. And in the big blind, Travis is going to wake up with pocket sevens.
Raise to 30.
And a raise here. He's been kind of quiet for a little while. Big Will E.
It's a great hand
and now
to do
Denny
it with.
just makes the call with. Oh, I thought that was queen, so I looked up too quickly.
Call.
Buddha's not an any ace kind of guy.
No.
No.
Buddha's a very, very solid player. Certainly capable of bluffing. He's not overly tight. Very well rounded. But he doesn't get too far out of line, especially out of position. Big Willie's gonna flop top 2 here. Let's see if he's gonna pick up any action from Denny flopping the second pair.
Call 60.
He does.
Fold.
Everybody else should be letting this go, and we should be heads up to a turn. Queen would be the action card.
We're heads up.
ace would be a bit of an action killer. But Willie says no. He's going to go ahead and fire out. Looks like 100.
Looks like 100.
100.
Jonathan, the lefty.
And Denny does pick up a straight draw now. This would be all in for him to call. So it's just whether he feels like he wants to gamble. I can't imagine he thinks he's good at any point in this hand, but he has picked up a straight draw. Probably thinks the queen is good as well. And he does make the call.
Yeah, that's a case queen. That's a case queen. You got the queen.
You know, he's not quite drawing dead. I don't know who said that, but like you said, it pointed out there is a straight possibility here for Denny.
That's crazy.
They both make 2 pair, but
There's the only queen left in the deck, right?
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, like queen deuce. The last time I played queen deuce, he won that. Queen's 450.
160. 160 for C9.
my daughter just sent me a text message.
Yeah.
She said she turns 13 next week. Happy birthday, Sophia. So she sent me a text message and said I sound very professional
Oh, good.
and that we should start our own daddy-daughter podcast.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I assume we will talk about knowing her, theater and drama.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift will be a recurring theme. And that's probably it. Just a lot of theater, drama, and Taylor Swift for at least the first episode. We'll have to figure out what the content's going to look like after that.
And what school is she going to?
She goes to Mason.
Okay.
We live in Luna Pier. She also lives down in Northwood with her mother, and so she goes to Mason, right in that Erie, Temperance, Luna
Sure.
Pier area.
And she's interested in theater?
She is. She got into a theater production last summer and loved it and got bit by the bug. She's doing it again this summer, and she's really into it. It's nice to see her excited about that. She always comes home and tells me about what's going on in the production and gets really excited. So it's fun to watch your kids get excited about stuff.
Yeah, it really is. 5-handed now going into this flop. Couple of spades there.
Check.
Doc and Bruce both picking up spade draws. Buddha has the backdoor nut spade draw.
That is 45.
Bruce has a bit of a stranglehold in this hand with pair and the spade draw.
Call.
Zach's open-ended, so he's going to make this call.
Yeah, kind of surprised he just made this call here with just 50 behind. Would have expected him to stick it in.
Raise 150.
Bruce picks up one of my favorite hands, though, the pair and a flush draw, the combo draw type deal, and he's going to get it all in with Zach here.
All in for less. 95.
You're coming in here yelling at me.
Zach's going to be
Sure. I don't know if they want
surprised that he actually has a little more equity than he thinks he does. He can also hit a jack
Use that twice.
along with the ace or a 9 as long as it is a non-spade. And he does get there.
He does.
I don't know. Nope, they are running it twice. Oh, another red ace. Bruce is going to need a spade here.
So Zach's going to scoop this up.
28%, scoops twice.
That's it, Zach.
I go do that 7.
Now, I know this about you, and it may be because years and years ago we had this conversation, but I think that you did some barbershop singing in your past. Did you ever do any more with that? Like, was there theater that you incorporated with your interest in music?
No, you know, I was the star of a musical in 2nd grade, and that was the peak of my theater career. I did a lot through music through high school and college, and even into my adult life, but never got into the theater as much. I figured I'd peaked after I starred in that 2nd grade play, and I just hung it up after that. And I said, "What more can I do? What more can I do?" So. But it is really cool to watch my daughter get into that. And,
Yeah.
Fold.
seeing her passion for that. So
Call for 20. Fold. Fold. Fold.
John's going to raise it up with King 10, which for him is premium.
Yes, it is.
Zach is vying with John here for top VPIP of the night.
Yeah.
They're looking to play as many hands as possible.
Check.
We'll be getting that information soon. And I agree that
Check.
those will probably be our top two right there.
It was check. I'm really surprised that John didn't follow through there. He raised pre-flop, flopped it overpair, overcard, and a gutter.
Wow. He seems to be more aggressive when he's got lesser hands.
Check.
Yeah.
We gotta need to.
Goes check down through, and King High takes it down.
Lisa's watching. Hey, Lisa. Shout out. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well.
Cigar Ken, another frequent member of the live stream streets,
Yeah.
is in there. Ken's a good buddy of mine, and he's watching.
And there's our chip count for our regular Joe poker show, our 1-3 game. That's pretty much been a 1-3-10 with either straddle under the gun or on the button. And Doc was our first one at 1,000, and he's now over 1,000 at 1.2.
Yeah, Doc is playing really great, and John's using his aggression to his advantage. So it's no surprise that the two players that are playing the most aggressive are at the top of the chip counts right now. And Doc picks up Ace King here on the button. I would have liked to see that raise be a little bit higher. There was a lot of limps ahead of him for 10. He just makes it 30. He's probably not going to lose anyone here. I would have liked to see that closer to 50.
Yeah, my hand's so bad. I'm hoping to see $10 here.
Ace King always like to see an ace in the window.
Yeah.
Check.
But,
John also has flopped top pair here. Bruce, again, has picked up a spade draw, and he is probably going to feel like he didn't hit spades on 2 boards last time, so
Yeah.
he's destined to hit it now.
Fold. Fold.
Buda's going to fold his gut shot
Call.
after the c-bet to 100.
I'm all in.
All of it.
John John calls 100, and Bruce decides he wants to see 2 more cards to pick up that spade with his second pair and a flush draw in a row. And he's going to move all in for just over 200, leaving Doc 100 to call.
all right, so Doc needs to make a big move here to isolate to get John out of the hand, or does he make a smooth call so that he can go heads up with John on a side pot?
Knowing John and what a wild card he can be, I'm trying to isolate here.
Yeah.
Other players, I might just want to go ahead and call. But John could be holding any 2 at this point. And so I think an isolation here would be in order.
And certainly that's Doc's focus right now. I mean, you're really not thinking about Bruce at this point, not necessarily.
No, I think this is a slam dunk call no matter what. He just decides to smooth call, and this puts a little bit of a test on John. He is getting a great price right now to call, but you know, Doc has another big stack, and he doesn't want to be risking big bets on the Turner River. So he's going to go ahead and correctly let it go. Good fold by John.
Just about every time tonight now we've seen it run it twice. I didn't overhear if they're. We'll find out shortly whether they're running it once or twice.
Spades and the pair bricks out for Bruce on the first board. And finally,
Yeah.
on the 4th board out of 4, the pair and flush draw finally gets there for Bruce to chop this pot up with Doc. They'll both get a nice amount of profit there with all the callers pre-flop
I
for
just knew
30.
he was waiting. I had a feeling, man. He made
So it was interesting that John gave the reaction like, "Oh man, I wish I'd have stayed in." And then somebody looks up and he says, "Nah, I wouldn't have gotten there."
Can you take it back now?
No. I was gonna say, if you have 4 cards and you
So
can't
Jonathan's
catch one
gonna
spade, that's running.
Chop
Yeah,
this
we-
pot up,
we
and
got
we're going to
one
have
second.
a new dealer coming in,
Maybe-
Josh Black.
against him, same situation.
Josh Black, and now we're going to talk about Third Street Cigar. Not only are they one of our advertisers here, but they're players. They're players here, and they're big supporters of our poker room. Third Street Cigar, full retail cigar lounge in public and private smoking lounges. Wide range of beers, bourbons, scotches. It's a private lounge with 24/7, 365 access with your own private humidified locker. There's a wide variety of premium cigars, inviting atmosphere with very friendly and welcoming staff. The public lounge has two 70-inch TVs, and the private lounge has three 65-inch TVs. There's room for private business meetings and private events. Get a Toledo brand cigar for free if you go in and mention the Reserve Poker Room. And this is the Third Street Cigars in Waterville, Ohio.
Pretty
Great
sure
bunch of
Ken
guys.
lives there, too.
What's that?
Pretty sure Ken lives there,
Yes,
too.
yes, that's right.
That's his second home. I'm going to have to go there during football season. I think it would be nice to watch some football games and have a cigar
Yes.
and some bourbon. This is true.
This is true. Wizard reminded us that another fantastic place to watch football is right here at the
I
Reserve.
got excited.
I'm
like,
just not
yeah,
sure you
totally,
guys have
but then
enough
I gotta
TVs.
go.
What do you guys got? 20, 30?
Obviously, I knew you had
So-
80 games.
I lost count. And every time I come in after a vacation, it seems like there's another TV on the wall.
Well, listen, the Wizard knows that gamblers are notorious for wanting to watch sports too, whether they have money on it or not, and you don't want to get stuck at a poker table with a bad seat of TV when one of your games is on. So there is no bad seat at the Reserve. There are TVs everywhere.
Yeah.
Doc continues to march up the chip count leaderboard here, up to 1,300.
You want him to keep the whole thing?
Yeah, he can keep it. Cut it in half. Split the chip up.
But the action has been good.
Yeah,
It
has
usually
been very
takes them
good.
a while to warm up, but we've had quite a few
Yeah.
all in pots.
We got it under the gun.
They're straddling, they're running it twice.
David says to Ken, you're missing Doc giving poker lessons if you're not watching.
Yeah, I've mentioned it several times already, but Doc is playing extremely well right now.
Yeah, at that point.
Yeah, you
oh,
got yeah.
I'm
And
not.
certainly now that he's got over 1,000 in chips, he's going to start opening up his range a little bit, right?
I would imagine so.
Evidence here of a king five of spades. He is just going to make the call, but back over to Buddha on the big blind. And that's a familiar look from Buddha.
Yeah.
So look around the table.
I said it when he picked this up. This was either just going to be a call because he doesn't want to do it out of position, or it's going to be a big raise.
Yeah.
He elected on the big raise to 50. John, king 3 offsuit.
Why not?
Standard call.
Yeah.
Standard call. And Denny also decides
with-
he's going to come along with ace queen.
Denny's really going to get the best of this here.
No pairs for anyone. And John is going to go ahead and bet. You know, when he doesn't have the equity, he just seems to know he has to find a way to fire it out. Denny's going to go on for a bit more than John's $50 bet with 2 overs and the ace of spades. And Buddha is going to begrudgingly, I think, let this go, despite that hand looking so very pretty.
Probably won't be for long, so let's go.
All right, that 42 more. Calls to 42.
Denny's going to be ecstatic to figure out that his ace high is already good.
Way
Give
ahead.
me 2 8.
Way ahead.
You guys go once, twice.
He just needs to fade a
I had ace queen.
non-spade king or 3, which means now that I've said that,
I was hoping to win
that's what's coming.
No wonder he wanted to.
Yeah.
John's got
Yes,
that Philhelmuth white magic. He just figures out how to win.
Yeah.
The 93, huh? Or the 92? Did I? Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I don't know how they do in Indiana.
No,
man.
man,
Wow, you
my
got to keep the bet out there.
How much is it?
92.
So they
Ace
are
high
running
good
it
on board
twice.
1. Got some chop outs now for both players. Ace high good on both boards.
Both
No one
boards.
improves.
Yeah. So speak of the devil, Bob Enright says, hey guys, how you two doing tonight? Bob Enright, your ears must have been burning. We were just talking about you in a very good way. But we were talking about Buddha asking a player, do you want me to call? Do you want the action? Do you want just the $10, or do you want me to make the call of the 20? And Noah mentioned, usually that means somebody's just going to fold. But I said no, and right, when he asks, he's asking sincerely. He wants to know, do you want the action? And if the person says yes, he'll go, okay, let's do it.
Good to see you, Bobby. I hope your mom's doing well.
All right, it's going to be 3 to come in. Nope.
And if you are just joining us, this is the Regular Joe Poker Show, our Saturday night live stream. It's a 1-3 game, but they are playing it. Well, this is our first. This is our first non-straddle, I think.
Yeah, there was no straddle. Looks like a couple limps and then one limp, and then Doc picked up ace king. Makes another small raise. Doc has been a little on the small side with his pre-flop raises tonight. But if you're going to flop well, you don't always need to thin the field. And once again, he flops well.
He does.
5 checks. Hold the action. Action's on dot.
So if you can hear Josh giving instructions, that's usually to get our graphics to catch up to the game. We've got Tyler in the booth tonight, which we've had for a number of nights now, and he's doing a great job, and he loves doing it.
JP is going to take an interesting line here. He also flops top pair along with Doc. Both of them have gut shot straight jaws. Unfortunately, JP's is to the king, Doc's to the ace. He's in rough shape here, so we'll see what happens on the turn.
Sure.
It's going to slow down action a little bit, at least for Doc. JP's going to go ahead and fire out another bet on the ace of diamonds, which is going to complete flush and a 4-card straight on the board. I don't know if this is going to get a fold. But if the board remains unchanged and JP's willing to fire that third bullet, he might be able to get Doc off of these top 2 pair.
Checks 2.
Is he going to fire another bullet or throw up the white flag?
Check.
Check,
Throws
check.
up the white flag.
Yep.
It's tough. It's tough to fire 2 bullets. Even tougher to fire 3.
Well, and then you're firing against the chip leader.
And you've been watching him.
And he has shown to be very sticky as well.
So
So it would be a tough bet to make just to try to get him off the hand.
Diamonds, king.
But I applaud JP for making the
I'm pretty sure
making that double barrel. I mean,
Yeah.
he had top pair, but once he gets called, he's got to know he's probably in rough shape and decided to fire another one.
You mentioned the VPIP earlier. We could check in with the wizard and see if he's got VPIP numbers for us.
I want to run a 2-pair H4.
Johnny Torno says Bobby is a legend. Yes, he is. That's why I call him Mr. Enright.
It's not me, it's the weed.
Lupe is rooting for Mike P. Mike P, let's go.
Raise.
Singular
Got
jab.
80 all day out of spot 1.
John's going to raise it up under the gun, or from the small blind.
With 9-5. Like you do.
9-5.
This is pretty standard in any poker book. Chapter 1, page 1. Button straddle. If you pick up 9-5 offsuit, you're just going to go ahead and pop it big. Fortunately, this one's not going to get through. Denny's picking up ace-queen, and the cutoff here is going to make the call. Buddha's H-jack on the button might also be joining him.
And he does. I was a little worried that Buddha might be playing a little tighter tonight, and that he might have let that go, but he doesn't. He's going to join the crowd here. 3 players going into this flop.
With a flush out there, don't you want to get some?
John, just go ahead. Just give. I told you, if your name is John and you're playing on the reserve live stream, any 2 cards will do. You're going to get at least a piece. You're going to outflop better hands. He's all in. He's going to take it down.
Yeah.
Aggression wins the day.
Yes,
Vic.
it does.
You can't, I mean, no one in Texas Hold'em, aggression is going to win more often than
Then he
not.
calls, and he calls.
Should have raised your ass.
I know, I was like, what?
I thought about
I
it.
truly didn't mean to make it that much. I swear I didn't.
But John is coming
Obviously,
close to
5-9,
1,000
I
here
think
at
I get $80.
744. Doc is our chip leader at 1.5. And
I had it.
we've got 4 players that are above the $500 watermark, and the rest of them are below that at this point. This is a 1-3 game,
had all the good
$200
cards
to
down here.
$500
Yeah, I know the
buy-in.
trash can. I'm praying no one calls after I realize what I did. He
And there's our B-pip.
Yeah, I almost popped it. So I
And
should've-
as
I'm
we
just hoping there's
Johnny
assume,
Zach.
Hopefully-
John
You call it, he calls
outpacing
us.
everyone with a crisp 81%.
mess up.
You're gonna have to-
Very impressive there. Zach has worked his way back up to a nice stack after getting busted early.
It's about 4, maybe some 12, 12 to
You have
go.
an out. Sometimes the machine.
Then I'm like, you probably got 10
Hand
rolls.
rolls.
Jacks or 10 down there, and I just made 2 sevens on the dubbing, you know.
Nice.
So just tell them
It'd be a payback.
Let's straddle
for what
on
I
this
did.
one. Looks like
Gift is that.
That's not what I had.
Doc's going to go ahead and raise it up. King Jack. He's going to pick up call from Bruce.
Machine read the wrong hand.
I've literally
With
played
7-5
two
suited.
games in that house open up.
Buddha coming along with ace-4.
2 change.
John says 9-2. I'm in. Let's do it.
let's do it. Although he usually does better if he's the aggressor rather than calling in these situations with these small hands. But he does hit a deuce. Doc's going to get the best of this with the King Jack.
425 is the wager.
Almost assuredly, John's going to figure out a way to see a turn here, even with some
Tell me when to
some
go,
bets.
Tyler. All right, now we're good. 25 to go. Call.
Bruce bets out $25.
All right, John calls. We got 3. Turn.
And you're right, John is still with us in this hand.
This might be enough to get Bruce to continue along with this. Flopping a pair, turning a pair, but no, he's going to give up.
50.
Doc jumps in the driver's seat and bets 50. John seems to always like to see a turn, but seems to be disciplined enough to fold a lot of turns when he doesn't improve.
Well, given the pot size and the betting, this bet's inviting to Bruce, and sure enough, he does make the call after he hit his 7. But
Sure.
it's not going to be no help, and Doc will continue to keep the pressure on here. Even he's in a strong lead, but
75's a bet.
It's a great bet by Doc here.
Yep.
You feel strongly that you're ahead here. It's a large pot, but you know if you blast off, you're not going to get called by very much for value. So you take a small bet and see if you can get a 10, or in this case, perhaps a 7 to pay you off, and he does.
he does.
Found that perfect number. Nice job, Doc.
King with a jack. Dawson's
So Doc continues to build with his chip lead here. And here's our chip count. Doc now approaching 2,000. John and Travis right at around 700.
Here we go.
And Big Will E
Thank you, sir.
above his original buy-in just by $80. He's got 581.
Thanks, Willie.
And now Shimmy's watching. Hey, Shimmy.
I don't like that shimmy, though.
Oh, 2 and 3.
I'll tell you what,
Yeah,
you know, I
that's
talked
right.
about all these people that are like my favorite poker players in Toledo. Not Mark, though. I don't like him. Not one bit. Nah, just kidding. I
What
love
is
Mark.
that Seinfeld episode where you got to like the whatever the guy's name was? And Shimmy's kind of that guy, you got to like the shimmy.
Spotty calls a 10. coming
Who doesn't
around.
like the shimmy?
Calls 10.
Yes, that Toledo poker community is very tight knit. You just get a lot of really nice people. I have Mark and I were part of a poker forum called Donkey Fish Poker back in the day, and we actually knew each other online first.
Oh, really?
And then we met in person
Oh.
when he was dealing at the casino, and he has since gone from just a dealer to quite the player.
Yes.
I'd like to point out that I did bluff him the other night successfully.
Hold the action.
Got him to fold a pair
All right, go ahead.
when I just had queen high.
75 now. 75.
Clearly, I'm the better player.
225.
So
Raise 225.
And John hits 2 pair here with his 7-6
Full stack.
offsuit. And a quick all-in by Zach, ace-king.
That's really quick.
So he's got top pair, top kicker, but unknowingly, John already has 2 pair.
Now we got at 225, 228. 228 is the wager. No.
How many times? Four. I'm just kidding with you.
Said how many times you want to run it 4 times.
I like once or three. Once or three. Tying seems wrong. Chopping seems wrong.
2 times doesn't make sense to me, Noah. I've never liked it. I would probably agree to 3 times, but I don't know. It's I'm a little bit like some of the players that say 1 time, all time. But I have a feeling they're going twice here.
Seems to be, I think they've gone twice in every all-in pot so far. Ace
Wow.
King high, or
Chop.
Ace King,
King of Hearts.
King of Hearts, so
gonna
it's
get
not a
that
scoop. It
second
is a
board
chop.
going with the heart.
There's 4 hearts on the board. There's 4 hearts on the board. King's the second.
Yep. So Josh Black will chop this up. Yeah, we've had this conversation on before, and we invite our viewers to
10-10.
invite our viewers to put in their thoughts about whether they run it twice or run it once. And I've had players talk to me about running it twice, and here's the math, here's the reasoning, and I don't know.
It honestly doesn't matter to me. I always
Doesn't
let
matter
my
to you?
opponent decide. In
Yeah.
PLO, I will usually prefer to run it twice when you've got big draws and sets and
We got $10 bonus
huge pots. It doesn't make much difference to me.
Shimmy, referring to your attempt to bluff him off, says it's hard for him
I figured he
to fold a pair. He thought it was well played.
And then Brian has said Noah played more hands on this stream than he did Tuesday night. Brian, you're not wrong. I have a pretty bad streak going playing on the stream of being at the bottom of my range almost all times. I won four hands on Tuesday night. Still managed to turn a profit somehow, but I only won 4 hands. During the entire knit game that I lost, I did not even get to see a flop. That's how bad my hands were. But
That's bad.
so yeah, I've been on the tight side lately, but cards have kind of dictated that for me.
That's all I thought I was going to lose. The counter.
Straddle's back on. Doc just calling with 7s. John decides to do a little min raise with 5 high. Pretty standard again.
Great action here tonight, folks. Now we're going 5-handed into this flop with an array of hands.
Probably better to ask him. He's here like every time.
Usually break at like 8:15.
Doc going to go ahead and flop bottom set on a really favorable board here.
We're Doc with a check.
Just wet enough to get some good action in there, but not so scary as it could be. JP's going to go ahead and bet out with top pair and a Doc, and this is not going to go well for him. Does not look like Doc is going to slow play his bottom set. Let's see if this raise is going to set some alarm bells off for JP and let him get away from this.
When we run it twice, does it look better when I pull them down or push them up? That's what I thought too, man. I saw John.
Josh Black is talking to the wizard on the microphone, asking him how his board looks when he runs it twice. We want our viewers to be comfortable with everything they see. This is a show we're putting on. Besides people wanting to play poker, we want to make sure that we're giving our viewers a good product here.
JP's counting out some chips now.
That's not a good sign, is it?
Well, I mean, he's got 336 behind and 85 to call. I think he understands that if he makes this call, he might be having to play for stacks, and he just go ahead and makes that decision on his own, rips it all in. Of course, Doc's going to snap call here, and they might need to run this a lot more than twice for Jimmy to come away with this one.
401 is total action.
Once, twice.
What do you say, Doc?
Twice as good. 4-1, you said?
Yeah.
Jimmy's going to
Let's
need
just
a
stack it up real quick and I'll leave it for you.
I think,
8, a jack, a queen, a
Set
10
your
to
time.
Yeah.
keep himself alive here.
and I might have heard Doc say that just once is good, but maybe I heard that wrong.
I got sevens.
They did have the conversation as to whether to run it once or twice. Nice job, Josh Black. Really like what we see here on the screen.
It took so long.
So the
One's for Don.
check mark, and they are running it twice.
Yeah. Both boards, Jimmy's just
Yep.
drawing dead on the turn.
Full house.
It's another queen, but that doesn't help him. It does give Doc the full house on that second board, and so Doc will sweep this, and I believe now we'll see Doc going up over $2,000
Slot 4.
with his chip stack.
There's 3.
Anthony watching. Haven't seen you in a while, Anthony. You going to come and play some tournaments again soon?
Spot 10's going to add 100.
Rhino's watching.
And you put 5 on? Is that what that
I
was?
just bought it from him, man.
Yeah.
And Rhino was here last night, so on Friday nights there has been a cash game, strong cash game going on in the live stream room. We just aren't live streaming it. And that is something that Jared has been kind of spearheading to have 5-10. I believe it's a 5-10 game that they have on Friday
Yep.
nights.
Jared's driving down quite a bit to put this game together.
Yes.
Jared's good action. He's bringing some good action players. Vampire, I think, has been coming down with him.
Vampire was here last night.
I believe Garrett has been
Miles
playing in that game. Miles, Ochi John. A lot of the same Tuesday night crew.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to play last night because I decided to go over to the casino with Jimmy because he's playing smaller stakes. But I plan on coming down here and playing that Friday night
That
game
Friday night
when I
game,
can.
good.
It's going to be
Yeah, we
good
believe it.
action.
the way that happens once in a while.
Well, another thing to mention about our Friday nights is we've been doing this free roll on Friday nights, and man, are we getting each week it just seems to grow. I think we had over 70 entries the week before. I think we went over 80 last night. There was quite a prize pool for the free roll last night. I didn't hear you, Wizard. Sorry.
96 players.
96 last night.
Check.
I didn't know I was dealing, and I just kept my head down and kept focusing. But man, the room was full, and there was a lot of. It's a fun night when you've got that kind of action in the room. So Buddha's going to
really
pick up an
captured
ace
a
here.
lot of the local tournament,
Let you
like
take it.
Detroit,
We'll let you take it. bud.
Toledo,
Yep.
some of the other places. Like a lot of the players are just they come in here because they know that the reserve's putting on a great product and tournaments are well run.
Hey, it's
Good
Danny
prize
boy.
pools.
Oh, Danny boy. Oh, Danny boy.
They're going to go all right.
Well, I've been involved with this from the beginning. Noah got a call from Steve when he was kind of putting together with Jim and Marissa.
All right, here we go.
Hey, what are you doing? And would you like to be involved in this? And I said yes. I said I had
Live feedback, man. This is
been
how
laid
we
off
get the-
because of COVID and looking for an outside sales job, and a COVID situation was not working out. So I said, yeah,
All
I've
right,
got the
3-0.
time. I was so glad that I signed up to help out and be a part of this. It's been a lot of fun. But I have to tell you, it's really gratifying, like in a room like last night, when you've got 7, 8 tables going, and what you hear is just a lot of laughter and a lot of banter going back and forth. It's very healthy, very upbeat, you know, and the atmosphere
It
here
is 30 now.
is gratifying to be a part of, really is. And I think that's why we get so much
I think
return.
poker's such a great game because it's a community
It's
game.
yeah,
You know, you go play other games, in other communities where it's more one-on-one or more serious. Poker's just a great community game. It's
Yeah.
built around people sitting around a table, having a drink, smoking cigars, and having some fun. And it's grown obviously and hugely in popularity and money and TV exposure, but it still boils down to it's a very social game, and that's honestly beyond the money why I continue to play year in and year out. Is just because I enjoy the social aspect of the game. It's challenging mentally, but it's nice to just get out there and goof around and hopefully make some money in the process.
So we saw a raise here to 30, and it looks like Mike is kind of hoping he can pick up some dead money here because he's going all in with King 10 offsuit.
I played with Mike last night, and he did this a couple times. He just made a decision that this is where I'm making my stand. I'm going to stick it in, and we're going to see where the cards fall. is a tough call to make with Bruce with pocket fives.
Yeah.
You just know that you're racing at best, but he does go ahead and make the correct decision. And John with a suited ace. It's basically the nuts for him. He's not going anywhere. So Bruce is going to have to fade 3 overcards and some diamonds to take this down. We do have some side action between Bruce and John.
Whole stack.
I call it how much already?
You said call.
166.
Bruce
Wow.
was just 116 back, pretty much snap cards.
Damn, a square! Damn, I didn't mean to.
Six it is.
John makes bottom pair, running diamond draw.
Get that squared up on the
Strong
side.
lines.
Puts
All right,
Bruce to the
guys.
test,
Wanna roll 'em, you
and Bruce
can.
has made
If
2
not,
correct calls so
you go.
far, pre-flop and on the flop. Let's see if it can hold up. And it does. Wow.
Pair of twos.
I can't believe I'm gonna lose to that.
Pair of fives.
I'm okay with losing to that.
Mike wasn't going to be happy with losing to a deuce, but he says it's a little bit better losing to pocket fives.
There you go, bro.
Vic Bryan wants to know on YouTube, what's the rebuys on the free roll? Assuming he means the
Yep.
veterans one, but I'm not.
Well,
sure.
the free roll that we do on Friday nights, that is a 0 entry. You can do a $10,000 add-on to your 20,000 stack with $10. And then the rebuys are at the table for $20. 20 will get you 20,000, or you can do $30 for 30,000. And then we do an add-on at the break. When all of the entries and rebuys are over, we do an add-on option of $40, get you 40,000. So we usually wind up with a lot of chips on the table.
After coming off your head, no. Off Dan's head, yes.
At least you don't gotta follow Eddie. Good luck, guys.
And so that's how we roll on that. On the free roll for the veterans, that is $0 entry for veterans, either current or retired, both men and women from the service. As a salute service, that will have $100 rebuys. That prize pool is guaranteed to be $10,000 total prize pool.
That's what comes to mind when you think of 23.
I love that you guys do this. The reserve does a really fantastic job, not only of running great tournaments and cash games, but giving back to the community. I remember playing in the stream over the wintertime, and just you couldn't even walk through the room. There were so many toys in there for the Toys for Tots.
Yeah.
Now we're doing the tournament for the veterans. Kudos to Steve and Marissa and Jim and,
Yes.
and everybody involved with the reserve for just doing what they can to make sure that they give back to the community. It's really a great cause.
So we are typically on Saturday nights here for 4 hours. We got started about 6:15. This is a 15-minute delay, so they start at about 6 p.m. We're going to go till 10:15. Going to ask the Wizard if they've got plans for a dinner break tonight, Wizard. 8:15, is that what he said? I don't know why I can't hear him in my headset as well as you can.
Raise the 80.
But that's a Vic problem. All right, Zach now raises it up with pocket sevens, $80.
It's like John. I don't know. This might have been a double straddle from John here. Looks like he's got 20 in front of him. Yep.
Oh,
it was
yep.
Double straddle. Buddha straddle to 10. John straddle to 20.
You guys look a lot more.
Zach's gonna go ahead and make this 80 with sevens, and John's got 4 high. So I'm just gonna go ahead and make the prediction that he calls here. You know what? I was right. I'm a savant here. I just felt it in my gut that he was going to loosen up.
Right.
Just this once.
Just this once. Except this time he doesn't hit anything. That's not a great board for sevens.
No one likes this flop, but they just look like they're checking it down, and Zach's going to be pretty thrilled that his sevens are good, and we're really never in danger at all.
No, not at all. So what did that? And now Sunday Fun Day tomorrow, and it's going to be a rainy day tomorrow. At least I think in the afternoon. So this is a great time to come in on our Sunday Fun Day and play some poker. $100 buy-in as close as you can get to a freeze out, because this is
Yeah, that's the best.
one re-entry only allowed,
Ace.
and that starts at 1 o'clock. 30,000 starting stack, 20-minute levels. 5105 Glendale Avenue here in Toledo, Ohio, folks. If you haven't been in, as Noah mentioned, please come and check us out. Certainly, if you're new to this game, or newer to this game, and you want to get some experience, we have excellent opportunities for the beginners to come in when we do our free rolls or our lower entry tournaments.
There's a guy coming in.
We got a big pot here brewing, Vic.
Yeah.
We had the double straddle on for the second hand in a row. Doc called for 20. JP has picked up ace king. He was 3-bet. A little on the small side again to 65. And John is in there with 9-5 suited. Zach king 10 suited, and Doc is coming along with his threes as well.
Clubs.
Big
Nice.
flop here for Zach with an overcard and some clubs.
Yeah, you got very far over there. Looks like one.
JP does have the ace of clubs though. John has made bottom pair, which means that he's seeing a turn.
And, pretty
And
healthy
he does.
bet. Wow.
I'm just so good, Vic. This is my first day in the booth. I just know what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
Now, don't ask me what's going to happen with other players, but I know what's going to happen with John, and he's seeing a turn when he makes a pair. And he lets it go correctly as Zach turns the flush.
That was quite a healthy bet with that queen of clubs with hitting the flush. But I don't think he had too many chips left at that point anyway. I mean, you
flop a hand like that, Vic. You're trying to get the money in. You're not really concerned what the other player has. If they have it, they have it. But you hit your club. But, do you want the board to pair when you hit your draw? Maybe not.
Yeah.
But you put your money in to get the draw. You got there, so you're not going to stop putting money in after it. Especially when the stacks are so shallow behind. Looks like we have another player joining the table in seat 2.
Bill Booth.
Welcome
that
to the
right?
table, Bill.
So now we got two Bills out there, but one of them is Big Will E.
The other red and the green.
You rake every pot, you stack up some white.
3 players are going to go ahead and see this flop. JP in the lead right now with his ace-8, and that is quickly outflopped by John's trip force.
Wow, folks. Call your friends, call your neighbors, call your cousins. They're missing a great game if they're not watching this.
JP turns a little bit of equity with a gut shot now. John checks it over, and he just says,
All of
"Sploosh."
that. All of that.
All of it.
That was always
After 15 and a call, John says we're playing for it all.
That was always Dollar Bill's moniker was whatever's there.
Whatever's there.
Yeah.
Nice cards. Probably not. Oh, they're nice afterwards.
Dude, I've not had ace 8 up.
And he shows.
That's what I like players like John. They're just here to they're here to have fun.
Yes.
Right? I mean, of course he wants to win. Of course he wants to make money. But he's here to have fun. He's here to play a lot of hands. This is why I try to stay away from 1-2 and 1-3, because then I play like this, and I don't have that white magic that John has, where I can just flop those trips and those pairs.
Makes sense. And we do have a new player coming to the table here in seat 2. Bill Booth.
Under the gun is.
Wild Bill is what his moniker, what he's decided his handle is going to be tonight.
I like it.
Yeah.
I've not had the pleasure of meeting Bill, but I've seen him around the poker scene over the years.
Yes.
We haven't had a big hand other than Ace King in quite some time, but Big Willie has picked up Queen Queen. And he's going to go ahead and raise the straddle up to 40. Buddha picks up a great defend hand on the button.
I like it, and I like the call.
players, quite a few players that I know that would be raising with that. And Johnson here with king high. Deuce kicker. Ace-high board's going to slow down the action just a little bit, but Willie's going to go ahead and bet anyway.
Fold.
And we'll see a fold. Mike Badoff, watching. How's business? I hope things are going well. Haven't seen you in a while. Probably just we're just not here at the same time. Don Haley asks, is this Mike's first time playing on the stream? Yes, it is. Yeah, it is Mike's first time.
Deep pip count. Wild Bill's at 0, but he just started. Everybody else is above 20, and John setting the pace here with 86%. And Doc has climbed up over, after that set against JP, has climbed up over the 2K mark, commanding chip lead. And I imagine he'll be putting those chips to good use. He's been playing very aggressive tonight, and I don't see that stopping after he has a stack that is doubling the next person at the table.
I had said earlier that Buddha's not a ace anything kind of guy, but he's got ace-4 suited here. He's in pretty good position. He's going to make the call. John coming along with 8-6 offsuit, and of course hits a 6. Bruce with the queen-10 is in the lead here. 5-handed.
He's going to go ahead and bet out 65 into the field. And I imagine he is going to get one caller. And I think our viewers know who that's going to be at this point. I was wrong. You know what, Vic? I was wrong. He did not pick up one caller. He picked up a pretty mammoth raise. But he was from the player that I predicted, so I'm going to get half credit for this. Bruce is in a tough spot here. I've been in these spots before. You have top pair. It's against a very loose, aggressive player. There's common sense is going to dictate that you're good, but it's for a lot, and you don't know, because even these crazy players wake up with hands like king 10, ace 10, set of 6s. This time Bruce does make the call, and he's going to be happy to see that he's ahead, and I imagine we're going to get to see them run it twice here.
40 to 1. And run it twice.
I guess,
Dominic on Facebook says, is there a seat for me? Trying to come loosen this game up. I do not. Right now we're 10-handed, so right now there's no seat for you. But I do imagine there's a list.
Yes. So please call the reserve. Talk to Marissa or Steve in the booth there behind the cage. Let them know that you're interested.
Queen 10's going to take it down on the first board with top 2 pair. John's going to need an 8 or a 6 here.
So Bruce is going to take it all down. He led the betting out in this,
Never knew he could have 3
and his hand did hold up against a field of 4 other players. John's going to re-up here, put some more chips on the field. This has been a 1-3, basically 1-3-10 game. Straddle almost every time, whether it's on the button or under the gun. Occasionally we're seeing there's no straddle, but we have also seen some re-straddles going on.
Yeah, we've seen a couple hands of 1, 2, 10, 20. It's kind of making me wish I was in this game. Not that I don't enjoy your company. You know I'm happy to be here with you.
Good. I'm enjoying yours.
No straddle this hand. JP is limping with one of my favorite hands, deuces. Buddha finally picking up a premium here. Let's see what he sizes this raise to with just one limper behind.
20.
He has decided to just limp his kings here.
And is that the John factor?
It is. I think he looked over. He saw John does not have chips in front of him yet, but he's on his way, and John did not disappoint. He makes it 20. Bruce calls the 20 with his 4s. JP's going to call here with his deuces, and Buddha's gamble is going to pay off, and he's going to get a great spot here to put in a 3-bet with his kings.
And raise the 80, one's all in. 370.
Buddha raises to 80, and John snaps
All in.
all in for his remaining of his, looks like $400 buy-in with 7 high. Bruce out of the way. JP with his deuces are out of the way. And a quick call for Buddha. And
3 times.
they're going to go 3 times. This is what I like. I
Yeah.
like the twice.
Way behind.
3 times.
Three
here.
times.
Twice you end up
Well, you
chopping
get it.
that time. I don't
No
want
chopping. You get a winner.
three, at least you're gonna win something.
There you go. I'm gonna knock you off on all 3 here.
John has made a declaration that he's knocking kings off 3 boards in a row.
Second board.
I have seen it. I have seen it run 3 times and a player come and win all 3 from behind. So let's make it. It'll make for good TV. That's
Yes,
for sure.
it will.
You have pocket
I had
deuces?
clockers.
Don't look. Just go
I
like
have
that.
4s.
We won't tell you.
Now 2 4s are dead, which hurts some of John's straight possibilities.
Always gotta be a.
Picks up a 7. Set of kings.
Okay, that's
Board 1 goes to Buddha.
One of
and
3. They're running it 3 times, folks.
John has only lost 1 of his outs here at the 7s.
What? Alright, well, this one's getting pulled then.
Oh, here we go. A little interesting one. Now, like I said, those 4s were folded before, so
There you go.
he
There's
picks
the-
up the 9 for the straight.
Yep.
That's going to lock up board number 2
See, we would have chopped if we ran it
for
twice.
Alright,
John.
we run it twice.
And Buddha says exactly what I'm thinking. They run
Yeah.
it twice, it's a chop. It's a
Right.
big
Some 5s and 7s.
non-to-do, and now they're going to run a 3rd board, so somebody's going to walk away with a
There
win
it
here.
is. 2 pair. Oh!
Oh my goodness.
John flops trip 5s.
Oh, boy.
Buddha's down to the last king in the deck, and he does not find it.
No.
They
Oh
run it
my
3
goodness.
times, and kings. John did say before the cards were dealt
Yeah.
out he was taking all 3. He didn't take all 3, but he took
Took
the
2 of the
last
3.
2.
Yeah. Took 2 of the 3. Got Don Haley mentioning that Mike is from his neck of the woods and usually plays a little more aggressive, a little better than that, sticks it out. And then Grandma says, Marge Lee says, hi Vic, Grandpa and I will be there tomorrow. I'm bringing goodies. All right, so Sunday fun day tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. That's a $100 buy-in. There's 1 rebuy, so it's as close as you can get to a freeze-out. But here's the other reason to come in on a rainy day is Grandma will be busy baking for everybody. So be sure to come in. That's as good a reason as any to come into the reserve. To
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but if there's going to be baked goods here, I might have to make the trip down.
Then you got the kings. More money in the
You don't
pot.
need to ask me twice when cookies and brownies are in play.
I understand. I understand.
Yep, over there, Buddha. Well, then, somebody-
Brent Milton is here joining us on YouTube. I believe that Brent has played on the live stream a couple times before.
Yes.
Um,
Come on up there.
very solid player.
Did you? Better than losing.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And we've got a $10 button straddle.
Okay.
I think Brent just got back from vacation as well.
10 to go.
Was enjoying some sun in Florida.
A lot of sun this time of the year. Just a call here from Big Will E. Queen Jack. Denny lets the ace-5 go. Now Buddha might still be feeling the sting, but he's just going to make this call. John's in the hand. John's V-tip has got to be in the 80 percentile.
Last time we looked, it was 86, and I haven't seen him fold a hand since. So I think he's going for for 90. I think he's going for 90 plus.
Wizard, do we have a? Do we keep track of that? Do we have a record as somebody's VPIP over the course of the months that we've been doing this in September? Oh, Rhino was at 95 or 96.
That does not surprise me.
Yeah.
If I was making a list of who I felt was going to be in the record books, it would be OG John, Rhino, and John's making a run out of tonight. A lot of poker left, though, so that record could be in jeopardy.
And look at this hand with Zach hitting 2 pair.
80.
Thought that ace might let Big Willie off the hook, but he's going to go ahead and make this call. Going to need a queen, a jack, or an ace.
Check. 2 pairs. So far.
That'll do it.
Oh, there was a check of the dark from Zach, and then just rolling him over.
Yeah, that bottom 2 pairs is a very vulnerable hand, and see, that's why. Chip count, Doc remains in a commanding lead, 2,100. Next highest is Bruce with 800. A lot of players in the 700 to 500 range.
You said there was a
Buddha
story
and
about
Denny.
that? The name when there's
Caleb on
someone actually
Facebook
here?
said I'd be at
Buddy
100%.
saw him in the bathroom.
Caleb, I'm pretty sure you were at 100% last night, so the record is definitely ready for you. We'd love to see you back in the streets.
I'm not glad at all.
So after pulling down that pot on the river, Big Will E has picked up queens here
Offer to help stag your chips.
and gets to open up the betting. Let's see what he chooses for his sizing.
He raises to 15.
Looks like he's going to go to 15.
No straddle this time.
Yeah, that's going to be my open in games like this without a straddle.
Yeah.
I get that it's 1-3,
Okay, gotcha.
but in cash games, they always play a little bit bigger. So, 1-3, those opens to 10. You're just asking for a lot of players. And if that's what you want, great. But
Yeah.
if you're looking to thin the field a little bit, you're going to need to size up just a little bit. Well,
Yep.
made top 2 pair with queens and jacks last hand, and now he has made top sets with queens. Doc has middle pair and a gut shot.
John is open-ended.
Open-ended with a running flush draw. Bruce just king high with the running flush draw, but a little bit of something for everybody here, and I imagine we're going to see it turn at least 3 ways. John leads the betting with 35, and Doc has heads and calls with his pair and gutter, and I imagine we're going to see this pumped up.
Raise 105. All of it.
Yeah. John says we're going to play for all of it. That's good enough for him. Open-ended and a running flush draw. I don't know how Doc can make a call here with just the pair and the gutter ball, with a raise and a re-raise behind him.
What you want to do?
Call.
Twice?
Once.
Tap jack.
All right, let's get the chips up in.
480.
Did Big Willie say once?
I heard somebody say once. I'm not sure if it was him or not, but could just have been one of the other players.
What do you want, a set? Yep.
But this could be our biggest pot of the night. I believe it might be.
I think the set with JP and Doc was around this amount as well.
Yeah, but I think it was a little bit more. 1.3, maybe 1.2.
I have no idea what you have.
John goes ahead and shows him what he's up against. I haven't heard them agree to twice yet, so I think this is going to be one time. That was close. Not good there.
And they did just run it once. So Big Willie going to take this down.
I think he learned his lesson from Buddha. Buddha said, let's go 3 times.
Yeah.
Buddha gets the first, and John just takes the next 2. So he says, let's just go ahead and let's just run this once the top set. I imagine if there had been 2 hearts out or 2 diamonds out there instead of 2 hearts, that he may have agreed to run it twice.
Well, I'm begging. Nope, I think you gave you the right cut.
So now
And
Big
let's talk
Willie
about
has
the,
joined Doc in the over 1,000 chip club.
Yeah.
Doc no longer has double his next competitor.
Damn, Big Willie.
Let's talk about that the protocol around the conversation running it twice or more than once. Let's just say. Is it automatic that you have that conversation before you roll the cards over? Is it just assumed that you don't have the conversation until they are rolled over?
It's really personal preference.
Yeah.
You know, I have not really seen running it twice be a thing until the last few years.
Right.
I mean, obviously, I've seen it happen, but it was not commonplace at all.
No, it wasn't over 5 years ago.
I think as PLO has become a little more prominent form of poker, you see that being run twice a lot more because of the massive swings and the massive draws, and that just kind of trickled into Hold'em. So you'll have players that will never bring it up, but if someone says, "Would you like to run it twice?" they'll say, "Sure, whatever you want." They'll have players that'll say, "One time, lifetime." And then you'll have players that'll be very, very quick no matter what the cards are, whether it's turned over or not, and say once or twice, once or twice. I am not usually one that's ever going to bring it up, but if somebody wants to run it twice, I'm fine. But yeah, you're definitely right. It has become a lot more prevalent in recent years, and so everybody's got their own kind of unique way to approach it, with some people jumping at that opportunity and others not a fan.
So Bruce had bet this out at $25, but Travis with his top pair, top kicker, raises it up to 60. And Bruce is going to come along and make the call. Here we go to the river.
I agree.
And I think he was hoping for that diamond to pop up.
Very strong hand. You know, turned flush draw to go with his pair. So you're going to see a river there a lot.
And we've seen Bruce make a call earlier with just a small, just hitting a small portion of the board. And let's see if he does this again.
He does. They found the right number. You know, I thought that was a bit on the large side.
Yeah, I did too.
Given the pot, I thought that should have been maybe a $50 bet to try and get a call from another pair. But that's what poker is. You got to find that magic number that your opponent's willing to pay. It's all about getting value, and they have seemed to find that right number.
This is our Saturday night Average Joe Poker Show. There's our chip count. Doc has continued to play very strong and do very well. Big Willie has now come on a roll here over the last half hour and is up over 1,000. And I think this is the last hand that we are going to take a dinner break tonight. And this is the last hand before the break. This is a 15-minute break. Please don't go anywhere. This has been a lot of action. We've had great action all week. If you're watching with us on YouTube, please hit that like and hit that subscribe button. We're creeping up on 2,000 subscribers, and we need your help.
We got a big one brewing here.
Yeah.
Bruce has picked up aces and has got a chance to 3-bet. Got some suited connectors, some Broadway cards in here. This could be a nice pot to go out on the break with. And I was completely wrong. Everyone folded, and Bruce takes down.
Bruce takes it down with the aces, and now we're going to go on a break here. But we really don't want you to go anywhere. We've been talking a lot about what we've got coming up in the future, in the near future, and we're going to talk more about that when we come back from the break. So I'm Vic. This is Noah. We're going to be here when we come back from the break. We hope you are too, so please don't go anywhere. All right, and as promised, we are back after this break. I'm Vic. I'm here with my good friend Noah, and we're here calling the action of the regular Joe Poker Show. This is a 1-3 game. It's been pretty much a 1-3-10 game with straddles almost every hand. We're live at the Reserve Poker Room. This is 5105 Glendale Avenue in Toledo, Ohio. If you're a first-time viewer, we greatly appreciate you joining us. And that's what our room looks like, and it's going to look pretty much like that when we do our summer series at the end of July. We'll be talking about the events for that coming up, and this has been action. We've had an action-filled week, and this is not disappointed tonight at all.
No, it's playing much bigger than a 1-3 game for sure. A lot of action, a lot of straddles, a lot of raises. Some pretty big hands, so I look forward to the next couple hours here. I think we could have some big pots.
We started this at around 6:15. We did take a dinner break, and we'll be going till I believe 10:15-ish tonight. So, as our games usually, cash games, the way they usually go is after the live stream is over. Oftentimes the game continues to go. If you're interested in playing tonight, give us a call. Find out if you want to get on the list. We've had a couple players leave, and we've quickly filled them in. And it looks like we've got a new player coming in on seat 1 as an example. And Wild Bill is in seat 2. He was not here at the beginning, but he filled a vacancy after somebody felted. So if you are interested, give us a call. If you're also interested to talk to play in our live stream games, our cash games, our Tuesday night, Thursday night, Saturday night. And if you're interested in those, particularly a week from tonight, July 1st, is the ladies only. And that's going to be a lot of fun. We like to mix that up from time to time. Rather than regular Joe, it's going to be the regular Jane poker game. And we look forward to that next Saturday night. And any ladies interested in playing, please give us a call here at the Reserve Poker Room. That's a 1-3 game. It's going to be like it is tonight, $200 to $500 buy-in. So that's one of the things that we've got to talk about going forward over the next couple hours, because we like to keep our viewers updated on some of the great things that are coming our way in the near future. We got Eddie now coming in as the dealer, and starting out our first hand after the break. And like to see all of the viewers that have joined us. Please, a reminder, if you're watching us on the YouTube, please hit the like and the subscribe. We're coming up close to 2,000 subscribers, and we need your help. We'd love to get to that level soon.
Raise to 18.
Yeah, it looks like John left us over break. Certainly, he had a chance to take that VPIP crown away from Rhino, the record, but he elected to rack up and head out. So it looks like we got a new player in seat 1. I'm not familiar with him, never played with him before.
More of a tournament player. We see him on a regular basis this week. We'll get back to that, but Wild Bill now. Look at this. Pre-flop raise from Travis, and Bill makes the call and hits his 10s. 10s for his ace-10. And there's a quick fold for Travis there on that hand. Taurine says, you guys are great.
Thanks, Big Willie.
We appreciate that comment very much. We appreciate everybody. We do appreciate your comments. We do like to get some feedback, not only on how we're doing here, but we like to talk poker. Like to find out what your strategies are, what your thoughts are. We've talked about the running it once, running it twice. We talked about straddle preferences. I'm typically now just a button straddle kind of guy. Don't really like straddling under the button. I feel that if I get callers or if I get a raiser and I've got a good hand to make a call, I'm immediately out of position. So am I wrong there? What are really your thoughts there?
No. From if you're talking about an individual perspective, it's much more advantageous to straddle the button than under the gun. But if you're talking about an action for the game, it's
Yeah.
much better for the game for the buttons or the straddle to be under the gun.
Okay.
So I'm, when the straddles aren't on, typically I'm going to go ahead and just keep my straddles on the button if I choose to. But I certainly enjoy it when there's some straddles under the gun agreed upon from the whole table, because it certainly juices the game up. Makes the stacks much more shallow in comparison to the blinds, and it works
heads
out well.
up into the turn here, and JP had let out with his pocket nines. Got 2 callers, and Bruce came along by virtue of his deuce.
Yeah, it's interesting. He called without a pair. Now has picked up a gut shot. Doesn't know quite.
This is a horrible call.
Bruce looks like he bets 40.
Turn helped me really good. But you got a flush. Straight.
Looks like we are. Our graphics were a little behind.
A little
We did not see
behind,
that the
and
river
Bruce
was out.
does.
I was wondering why Jimmy
Runner,
was saying
runner
it was
there
such a
for
bad
Bruce.
call, but
Yeah.
he does go ahead and pick up that running gut shot. And Jimmy reluctantly makes the call on the river with a set of 9s on the 4 to a straight board.
You probably continue on the turn. I don't know.
And
I don't feel like anybody.
Bruce wisely says if you would have continued on the turn, I might not have stuck around.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great card for Jimmy. Don't know why he would have not continued on there, but sometimes we make those checks that let our opponents get there. I've done it many times.
Oh yeah. Zach's going to raise it up 30 with ace-6 offsuit.
Zach has been a very aggressive player.
Yeah.
With John gone, I believe he has the highest VPIP of the night, and I know Zach stuck a little bit, but aggression has seemed to have been rewarded a lot in this game, and so if he continues to keep the pedal to the metal, he's going to put himself in some chances to get himself even and make a profit here.
Our new player here at seat 1 is John, and as I mentioned before, I'm not sure if this is John's first time in the live stream as a cash game, but we do see him quite often playing the tournaments here. He's one of the tournament regulars. Very nice guy.
We can take turns. How about that?
Solid tournament player. And there's a $10 button or $10 straddle under the gun. Big Willie's going to come along with the ace-3 of clubs. A couple more clubs here for Denny. John, the Moose, is going to make the call. And Zach is just going to check his option. And the Moose has the best of it right now.
Yeah, takes the lead with flopping his 8. Gut shot to the bottom end for Denny. No clubs on board. Gut shot for Zach as well.
That'll trim the field down to heads-up action here between John and Denny.
Let me go ahead and check on the trip 8s. Scary card in the river.
Yeah.
I imagine that this might be. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and bet out his trip 8s on the scare card. It's a good bet.
Yeah.
You don't want to give an aggressive opponent like Denny an opportunity to take the pot away from you. I mean, with the pot the way it was, he's probably never going to fold for any reasonable bet. But sometimes just bet to go ahead and put that blocker bet out there and not give your opponent the chance to put you in a tough spot.
The regular Joe Poker Show tonight, 1-3, $200 to $500 buy-in.
Speak for yourself.
Been pretty much playing as a 1-3-10 game with straddles on almost every hand. Not every time, but almost.
Very uncomfortable.
going 10-handed here tonight. We have lost a couple of players, but been able to fill up those seats.
People on the stream say I never shut up. Last time I messed not to talk too much.
Oh, come on, Buddha, you're fun.
Do you have any stories?
Yeah, we opened the show talking about how pleasant it is to have Buddha in the game and the conversation, the banter that goes on, which isn't always poker related. And here he's dissing himself. You know, he's putting himself down.
But he's right. He's been very quiet the entire night.
He
I've been a little
has.
disappointed.
Yeah.
For real?
Buddha always has great stories. He's been around this game for longer than some of these people at the table have been alive.
Right.
He has some great stories, and I always enjoy when I sit down at the table and Buddha's there. He's a friend of mine. He's got great stories.
Yeah.
He's just a pleasure to play with.
Somebody every day since I
So
was
keep him
13.
coming, Buddha. Whoever told you need to shut up, they're wrong.
Schneider,
They're wrong.
just 30, or Schneider National.
Ace high.
Nothing? Yeah. Good for you. 30.
Everything goes
Zach's
up
going to
for
bet out.
Mostly hockey.
Let's see if Denny buys it. $30 is a good way to get.
That's another good bet. When you don't think you're going to win at Showdown, sometimes it's nice to just fire out a little one. But Denny sniffs his shot correctly, calls space high, and it's going to take down a nice little pot.
You a good ceramic guy?
What's that?
Good call there, Denny.
Their speaker. Speaker company? Yeah. I have a good friend working with.
Doc was the first one and still the only one to get over $2,000 here tonight.
No.
He's the chip leader. Big Willie, just before the break, had a pretty good half hour just before that, and now is up over 1,000. Buddha hasn't seen too much, and
Looks like he just topped off a little bit to 400. He's capable of running it up at any time. Doc hasn't had many hands to play. Got done saying how I thought he was going to stay aggressive, but he really has not had any cards to do that.
now Buddha's got aces.
Just a call.
Just a call. We saw him do this before, but that's when he had John to his left.
That's a little odd. See if his read is right.
Well, he's kind of hoping maybe Zach would have been the one to raise it up, but now Ace is going up against 4 other hands here.
He does flop. Oh, this is going to be interesting. He
Yeah.
flops top set. John flops top and bottom on an all-Broadway board. Bruce has a king for a gut shot. But this is going to be a big pot between Buddha and John.
Started it about 10 years ago. The delivery part.
Buddha checks John, who leads out for 40 on almost a full pot bet.
A lot of people that
Bruce has got a gut shot here. But he lets that go. And the sixes are going to be falling pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah, switching.
And even if they can't get off of the opiates completely, it cuts it way down. And in states where marijuana is turned legal, opiate deaths are down like 20%.
Yeah.
Buddha just with the call there. It's a very weird line. Limping with aces, checking, and this is why it's hard to take that line, because now we're in a spot where 4 to a straight, and this is going to be a really, really tiny pot for aces that flop the set.
Super.
I played these horribly, by the way.
I mean, I wasn't going to say anything. I was trying to sugarcoat it a little bit and said that he took an interesting line.
Yeah.
But Buddha's description of that, I think, was a little bit more accurate. I love my man Buddha.
Very nice.
You know, in that spot there, the limp is fine. You know, he took a gamble that someone was going to raise behind him, but you know, flopping that out, you want to go ahead and make a bet, because you put yourself in a situation where you check raise and you're kind of turning your hand face up between a set or a straight. But that very, very easily could have gotten all in on the flop. But the jack on the turn really slowed down the action.
Yeah. Brian agrees. And Neil Brinkman who was here earlier, and I noticed you're not in the tournament tonight, but you said telling Noah it's great to have poker minds in the booth. Now, keep in mind you made that plural, so.
Well, he says, I was telling Noah, it's
Oh.
awesome to have poker minds in the booth, and then he
Yeah.
follows it up with, hopefully someday we can make that happen. So, perfect, just a perfect backhanded compliment there. No, I love Neil. Neil and I played together for a long time. He's a great, great guy. He was really excited that I was going to be in the booth tonight, which I was happy about because I needed some of that confidence.
Now we could see a pot brewing here.
45.
Bruce has got not only the straight open and the straight draw, but the flush draw. So he's going to bet out 45. And I thought we'd see a little more action there, but I guess not.
Doc made a really good laydown. You know, he has 2 overs and a gut shot. But he was in bad shape with 3 of the 4 tens that he needed were dead. And ace was no good as well for him. So
$10 straddle.
you can see really quickly, though, how not having John in the lineup has completely altered the dynamic of the game.
Yeah.
You know, that's where I think Buddha made that big misstep with the aces, is that John in the game, it's just a limp with the aces is great because you know somebody's going to bump it up, and it's going to be him.
Right.
But now the game has slowed down a little bit. We're
Now we have a
seeing
different
fewer
John in the
straddles.
game.
We're seeing a lot more cautious play post-flop.
The exact opposite. Everything happened. So the other night,
So we'll see.
2 weeks ago, I flopped a straight. The other
We'll
guy
see if
stopped
somebody
there,
else
kicker.
is willing to
We're
step
all
up
on
and
the
take
flop.
that role
He
as
was
the
running, like,
kind of the
9-9
action guy.
to give him the boat.
JP
Nobody's got a
continues
club
to-
here.
JP continues to run rough tonight. He flops top pair again, and again he is up against a better top pair.
So then,
Probably will not get hurt too much given that this is a monotone board.
That was a surprising fold by Zach. I thought for sure he'd come along from 15 bucks with 10 in his.
Omaha's a crazy different
And
game.
boom.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel right.
Fourth
to
club
fold
is
the
definitely
nuts.
going to slow things down.
But if you're, especially if you're in a hand with 3 guys,
35 in a hole.
Well,
Chances
Bill's
are
going
no.
to bet it out,
Any kind of
35
dog that
bucks.
come out,
there.
they're gonna get hit.
It's gonna get there.
Yeah.
If it holds, it's a miracle.
Well, it's like, I remember I was watching the live stream one time.
And a quick fold by
One pair
JP there.
went in a bomb pot.
Because everybody missed their draw.
Yeah, everybody missed their draws on a pair of aces, one bomb pot.
Did you see the bomb pile on Thursday when he folded? He had he
Yes,
skipped the whole
yes,
thing.
I
too
saw
big.
that.
It was
Gene.
Gene.
Yeah.
Gene, if he'd have stayed in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he scooped the whole thing.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's sick.
Yeah, the no net Thursday game. I didn't get a chance to watch very much of it on Thursday because I have my daughter on Thursdays. But what I did tune into was pretty awesome. I really liked the format.
You did? Okay, good.
I thought it really drove
Better to
action.
have one.
I was talking to Buddha about it, and he said that there was like a full cycle plus of new players coming through, and some of the original players that had busted or been moved to the must move actually made their way back to the main game, which is really cool. It seems like everybody had a lot of fun.
Oh, man.
Mentioned that they were thinking about going to single board bomb pots versus the double just because of the amount of time it was taking.
Yeah.
So I thought that was some good constructive feedback there. But it seemed like
no
everyone
harm,
really
so
enjoyed
much
the
fun.
format.
On the other hand, you would
Certainly
want
is a great way to make it pleasurable for the viewing audience as well.
So if everybody and
Yeah, while the double board bomb pots provide some action, that also, you know, like we said earlier, we're here to provide something for our viewers to watch.
and that would
And
be fair.
more than once, those the bomb pots required chopping up the pot,
Even if you have aces,
sometimes 3 ways, and it just
You missed the
takes a
flop,
lot of
right?
time.
You know,
It takes 10, 15 minutes to do that. And
other
now
problem
you're taking
with the-
away from the play time, but we're also taking
You
away
missed the
from
flop with aces.
what
Still
we're
got a shot.
broadcasting
In
to our
Omaha, you
viewers
have
as
no
well.
shot.
The other downside to the double board Omaha is that when you're doing it in a Hold'em, you have a lot of players that are very well versed in Omaha.
8-7,
But you have some Hold'em players that know the rules, but I feel comfortable with it. And sometimes it definitely makes the action, but it also can sometimes break up a game because you can get some inexperienced players who have been filling the seat and playing well and grinding it out all night, and then one double board Omaha bomb pot, and they flop top and bottom pair, and they, next thing you know, they've got nothing in front of them.
Right.
So that's why I love bomb pots, but I'm much more of a fan of the single boards because it controls it a little bit so it's not quite so messy and keeps the game going.
I have no idea, but it's...
So your ex-college roommate there, or college buddy, JP, woke up with ace queen of some hearts. Put a healthy bet out there after some calls on the button, but he takes down that free money, and now the button moves.
Yeah, that's about the best one I have, really, for straight purposes. You can still get Broadway. It's what you get in short game.
Wild Bill, just calling the straddle here with tens. A little surprising, but some players are trying to be a little sneaky. I can't fault them for that.
If somebody's got ace 5 and they flop a wheel, 5-6 is going to get all their money.
Yep.
So if I'm going to play rags, I want to have a 6 in my hand. 6 rag. 6-4, 6-3, 6-2. That's the best rag.
Not a great flop for Wild Bill there.
So that way you can
And
get
a
that
couple
potential
people
double
hit
up
that.
and,
Denny with the
Because
king.
everybody plays ace X. Ace
John
rag,
with the
the 30,
9.
nobody wants to fold it.
Four is no help.
Was playing against someone who had 6-3 and just...
And you had ace 3.
No, I had
okay.
pocket queens.
You just didn't put them on the hand, right?
Not at all.
So now we're heads up going into the river.
Well, guys like that, John, I mean, it's impossible to know what he has most of the time.
Four
We
pairs.
were talking about that earlier.
And Denny's going to take this down with his king deuce.
I was a big hand with him. I had ace king, I raised it 350 free flop. He's got 7-8 offsuit.
So we've moved past the talking about sports teams, and we've moved on to the bad beat section of the table talk.
Right.
Anytime you play at a table for 5-6 hours, there's always a period of time where people start talking sports.
Yeah.
And there's always a period of time where people start talking bad beats.
Yeah.
He got all my
And
money, I lost $1,600 in that.
we have reached that point of the broadcast.
So you were, Tuesday night, there was a wide variety of conversations going on, and I think you were leading a number of those conversations. I made the comment, not live, but to somebody else, that years ago I read Annie Duke's book. She's done a few books, but the one book where one chapter's about her personal life, and then the next chapter's about poker, and then she goes back to her personal life. And it was a book on tape, actually, and my wife and I had done a vacation, and we both listened to it together. It was very enjoyable. Of course, she's a PhD in literature, so she knows how to write. But she was very open and honest about her personal life in this book, and it was very well written. But one of the things that stuck with me about her strategy in playing poker is that she likes to redirect conversation. She believes that if the table is talking about poker, if the poker players have their mind, they're talking about the bad beat, they're talking about the last hand, they're talking about this, then their brain cells are actually functioning on poker. Here we go, Zach did a raise pre-flop, and not much for either one of these two players, heads up between. But now a spade draw, and the check mark is at Buddha's name right there, and a bet and a quick fold. But so she would actually try to interject conversation to the table that would have nothing to do with poker and see if she could get it going. Well, it just happened that right after I got done listening to that book and tape, it was the first time I went out to play the seniors event out in Vegas. I'm with Bob Todd, as you know him well, and got knocked out. So the next day, we're walking around the whole arena watching different games, and there is Annie Duke playing in I think it was a $1,000 horse, maybe it was $2,000 horse buy-in or something like that, tournament. And she's right from me to the TV. I'm on the rail and she's right there. So I'm watching her game, and she's doing what she said. there was a bunch of guys that she kind of knew, and they were talking about a bad beat situation, and she said, "Wait a minute, which one of you guys just got engaged?" And they burst into laughter because it was a joke. This guy had just a bad breakup with his girlfriend, completely redirected the conversation. And now these guys are bantering back and forth about not poker.
So I've never really thought about that, but that's actually
I
pretty
was
ingenious.
wondering if that was something that was part of your game, given the conversations that you guys were having.
No, I
Tuesday
just
night.
like to talk, Vic.
Huh?
There's no strategy behind that. I just
No
like to talk.
strategy behind it.
Nice pot here.
Yep.
Jimmy, looks like Travis raised it up with the 10-9 suited on the straddle. Jimmy picks up kings and that's 3-bet to 100, which is a great bet by him.
Yeah, it really is.
Unfortunately, he's not going to get any action on it, but that's a nice raise that's going to thin the field enough that you're not going to get a bunch of dollars.
And he's taken down a couple of pots now here pre-flop. But just to finish up on that story, so they had a break, and so 2 tables over was Daniel Negreanu, who's one of my favorites. So I was actually kind of hoping to see if he came closer to the rail. But anyway, she stood up. We kind of made eye contact, and I said, "Annie, I know you're in the middle of the tournament. I don't want to bother you, but I just want to let you know that my wife and I just listened to your book on tape. We thoroughly enjoyed it." And she just lit up. She was just like so grateful, and thank you so much for saying that, you know. And I said, that's, you know, I didn't want to take up time having a, you know, she's in her zone. But she was very appreciative, and it was well warranted. It is a very good book. I wish I could remember the name of it because she has written more than one book. But she was very forthcoming about growing up in a very competitive family, cards, games-oriented family. Of course, her brother, Howard, and the impact that it had on her life. Both positive and negative.
Yeah, she's not too much in the poker scene anymore. She's doing a lot of corporate stuff now, and has kind of moved on to that next phase of her life. But she certainly was a very popular character for many years in the poker scene. John flops middle pair and a gut shot here. Travis 2 overs and a running flush draw. Buddha just ace high, but check to him, and he's going to take a stab at this, looks like.
He's going to bet 80.
This is a very dangerous board. Not something that I typically am going to want to fire too much into. But sometimes you got to read on your opponents and where they're at range-wise. Let's see if Buddha can get this through. John does go ahead and fold his a pretty strong hand there with the 8-9. See if Travis wants to gamble with the queen or king high. He does not. Nice
And the
bet by
aggression
Buddha.
pays off, right?
Aggression is king and no limit.
That was a must-bluff situation.
Matt Safford says, "Hi, Noah Campbell."
Yep. Matt is one of our college friends. We're all in a fantasy football league together. This is our like 22nd or 23rd year in fantasy football league together, and he's in with us. He's college friends, so I sent them all a link and said that I'd be commentating and Jimmy would be playing.
Yeah.
They probably want me to make fun of Jimmy and say a bunch of stuff, but talking about Jimmy's maybe fake, maybe real Tom Brady tattoo is probably going to be as much as I get into because I'm pretty sure his wife's watching, and I don't want to incur her wrath. She's a nice lady. I don't want to get on her bad side.
Yep. I can understand.
Pretty sweet. Too much.
Yeah, right? Just a little bit.
No straddle this time, but Denny's going to make it $10 to go with the Jack-10 offsuit. Buddha's coming along with the ace-6 of spades. Wild Bill now with ace-queen is just going to make the call.
I thought originally when I saw it was a button, but still seems like that would be a good spot for a 3-bet there. Buddha flopping top 2. And Denny with just jack high is going to take the lead in betting. Buddha just a call, which turns out to be the best play here because I think a raise here might have set off some bells. And
yeah.
They really only lost to one person today.
see if Denny takes his foot off the gas.
$100
has
bet
to
now.
make a big bet here for 100.
On a rainbow board.
Yep, and now he knows he has a customer, and I think he can go for some really good value here, provided there's not a 7 on the river. Got to believe that Ace King is not going to be in Bill's range, given that it was just a call pre-flop.
You just keep playing your ace king and your
Bill
seven
fires out a
seven
blocker bet,
straight.
and Buddha just calls.
calls.
That's a surprise.
Huh.
Ace queen. Two pair.
Is he afraid of the king?
Yeah, I mean, I find myself in this situation a lot, and sometimes I make a quick decision that does not end up being the best decision. King comes out, you get somebody who has just called twice, they bet into you, and you're like, well, I don't want to raise and get 3-bet here, so I'm just going to call with my 2 pair and see the showdown. And then next few minutes, I'm analyzing the hand, and I'm thinking about positions and ranges, and Bill does seem like a pretty tight player, but you would think that even in the small blind, with a $10 raise and a couple of calls, that would be a clear 3-bet spot. And so I think if Buddha had just maybe taken just a little bit more time to think about Bill's range, that he could have found potentially a small raise there to get some more value out of that hand. But he's going to be happy. Buddha hasn't been running extraordinarily well in this session, and I think he'll be happy that he's starting to move in the right direction.
So big Will E. Going to raise it up to 10 with ace-9 offsuit. Denny's coming along. Buddha's coming along.
One part of this game
Bruce in the big blind.
4 years of playing,
Complete.
I'm still
And we're going to go 4-handed.
struggling with is when to value bet the river.
4 checks. Yeah, based on the book, so that's the hardest part.
Checks. 10 checks.
So we know Buddha's not listening
If I got a leak in my
because
game,
it's a
that's it.
15-minute delay.
I think I don't.
But he just
I bet
basically
the
said
river.
the same thing.
I'm always afraid
When
to
do you
Yeah.
value bet the river?
That's what I'm saying. Poker, for viewership, it's better that poker goes faster. More hands,
Yeah.
more action, more everything. And this is the big complaint that a lot of people get with watching high-level pros play big money, like super high rollable tournaments.
Yeah.
Is that there's not a lot of talking.
Yeah.
There's none of those stories. There's nobody guiding the conversation to, people getting engaged or any of that stuff. It's all poker and it's all quiet, and they're taking a lot of time to make the correct decision, which doesn't always make for a great product to view.
Right.
You've seen Hustler do this with their streams and things like that. They have the big money with action players, loud personalities. Because if you just put in all the top pros in there, it's going to be pretty quiet, pretty boring. And if you're not into high-level poker, thinking about what they're thinking about, it's probably not going to be the greatest to watch. Which is why sometimes these more casual games with the louder, more gambly personalities are a much more enjoyable viewing experience.
They'd have just checked the river, they could have
Take off 2
And then after the time, like you said, they end up folding the winner because the guy's so deep, he's muscled him off the hand.
Yeah.
He's reading
I know
medium
what you're
stream.
going with. You're wrong.
He's thinking, okay, you bet the river.
So they are
you
back to
I'm raising.
bantering and talking
It's
about
not because
poker.
what he's got, it's because
Conversation
he
pretty
can't
much led
call.
by Buddha, but he's
Because he
getting
doesn't
some
think
great
he does.
feedback on this. And I do like to see this. When we have a table where people are actually conversing, I tell you what I don't like.
Very similar.
The one thing I don't like when I come into work is sit at a table to deal, and there's maybe 1 or 2 people, and they're telling somebody what they should have done. They're telling somebody, or saying, "What the hell did you do that for?" And all that stuff. And the banter and the camaraderie shuts down immediately.
Yeah, no teaching at the table. That's a hard, fast rule. Even if they ask for it. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I've been at a table before where somebody will say, like, well, what would you have done there? And my default answer is, I don't know. That's a tough spot.
Yeah.
Whether I'm giving them advice that's good or bad, I don't want to get into poker theory conversation at the table unless it's with somebody that I already know really well and has a high level of poker. And sometimes it is fun to have some strategy talk between those 2 types of players. So,
And 5 players now. A bunch of pretty strong hands here.
yeah, Bruce has a pair with the king high clubs. Buddha has top pair with ace high clubs. Denny is not going to love this flop with his aces. JP flops an open-ended straight draw, but I can't imagine it's going to go too far with that with 3 clubs on board.
The cards wet with your hand. Everybody stayed till midnight.
Denny does bet out, but on an all-club board, which is very scary on with 4 other players to act. But he's going to get a call from Buddha, a call from Bruce.
No, fold from Bruce.
It was $400 every half hour.
And a fold from
Yeah,
Travis.
that's surprising.
Everybody stayed.
And now this is going to go heads up.
Changed it up from the power up. No, that's what it was. Oh, it was already
Every third
okay.
Bruce has been playing a little loose tonight, and I am kind of shocked that he let that one go.
Yeah.
Turns out to be a fantastic fold, as he was in a really, really bad shape. But I am surprised to see him let that go. Aces are going to hold.
They are going to hold.
Buddha had an opportunity to try and take that pot away on the flop of the turn, but I think he made the right decision not to. Denny has also been a very loose player and has made some pretty some loose calls, and I don't think he's letting those aces go. So I think Buddha made a correct read there and not trying to outmaneuver what he probably deciphered was a strong hand.
Well, and the other thing, I guess it's a personal pet peeve of mine about conversation on the table, and it's more so in a cash game than it is in a tournament game, is that when somebody is trying to tell a weak player or a drunk player in a casino what they should or shouldn't be doing. You know, somebody sits down and they're just playing crap and they're hitting and they're hitting and they're hitting, and somebody's trying to tell them they shouldn't have done that. You want to say, just keep your mouth shut, because that money's coming back. Unless you scare them away, unless you teach them how to play while they're sitting, and suddenly they tighten up their game, and you're going to miss out on the opportunity to get those chips back. So that's another reason I never coach a bad player. Let them keep playing bad, right? Little variations here in the volume, and I'm not sure if the wizard was trying to talk to us. No? Okay.
Losing some volume in my headset. But.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, wasn't a fan of 5 callers.
Zach, pre-flop raise is going to take that down, so
he's tightened up quite a bit in the second half. He started out blasting. He's settled in a little bit.
Doc still remains over 2,000, and the chip leader here, Big Willie, now is up over 1,000. And you can see the rest of that chip count there. They did do a VPIP just a little bit ago, and Zach was certainly the leader there.
Yeah, I'd like to see them juice this game up a little bit with something. Maybe a nit game, maybe a bomb pot. You know, with John, like I said, with John leaving the lineup, it's really changed the dynamic. Doc was really being very aggressive early, but has not had the cards to do that in the second half of the stream. Seems like everyone's playing a little tentative, and it's really surprising because usually it's the flip.
Yes.
Usually at the beginning of the streams, everybody's playing tentative. You know, not wanting to get stuck too early, you know, maneuvering and getting used to playing on stream. And then by the back half, it's just a gamble fest. And this one's kind of flipped a little bit in reverse, which is just speaks volumes to how one player can alter the table dynamics.
Yeah. Buddha opened up here with a raise, $15. He does hit his jack. He's got top pair with an ace with a king kicker. Wild Bill had just come along for the ride, made the call with his ace queen of clubs, and now he's going to lay this down.
It's another spot where I would have assumed that Bill would have 3-bet with an ace queen suited there to an open, but he's playing a little more low variance route. Just wanted to see a flop. Didn't like what he saw. Didn't want to make the call with 2 overs and running clubs, so off we go to a turn.
And another club does come out.
It's one of those spots where I'm definitely peeling a turn with ace queen of clubs because of this exact situation.
Yeah.
Now I'm picking up a big draw. They slow down their aggression. I can take the lead. But Buddha is correct here and is keeping the pressure on. Looks like he's probably going to take this one down. That was a sizable turn bet, and Big Willie's just got a gut shot. Didn't pick up a spade on the back door, and certainly getting his money's worth on the fold there. He's taking his time and wants to make sure he makes the correct decision.
Yeah. Well, and he's new to this table. You know, in other situations, people that have played against Buddha a lot may not have to think so long about it. But there's also that sizing up when you're playing against a new player. You've only had a couple hours worth of seeing them play. You're not necessarily sure if they're the kind of player that's just going to make occasional stabs at pots with nothing in it. So I could see where it would be advantageous for Big Willie to kind of take a long look at that.
For sure. I think the best poker players in my mind are the ones that make adjustments to their table in the lineup. You know, I joke with this all the time with different people. Like, there are people in the city that think I am a very loose, aggressive, splashy player, and there are players in the city that think that I am very tight and very nitty. And they're both right.
Yeah.
Like, when I'm in that Tuesday night game, I'm going to play a little more snug because I know that the rest of the table is opened up. But if I'm in a table where the norm seems to be that they're playing a little snug, I'm going to take the lead and be aggressive. So
look at this raise from JP now. Getting a little saucy here with 5-6 of clubs, makes it 25.
I like
after all these limpers. Yeah.
Does that from the small blind. I would have preferred maybe a raise like that from the button, because when you do pick up a caller or two, you want to make sure that you have position. But I'm never going to turn down seeing a flop with 6-5 suited. I love the small to medium suited connectors. Probably a little bit too much. Probably as negative EV for me to play them long run, but I do enjoy them. And now JP's got to make sure he's representing a big hand. This flop is going to be very advantageous for the range he's representing. So he's got to keep the pedal to the metal here, and should be able to take this down.
Yes,
and
he does. Well played, JP.
Remember? He said 3.
I forgot to acknowledge Mark Hopkins. I haven't seen Mark in a while. He's watching. Long time. Also a long time part of this Toledo poker community. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Hope you're still listening. Want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. And we're going to take a minute here soon to talk about Chateau Louise. You look up in the upper right-hand corner, our advertiser for this session now is Chateau Louise, one of Dom's favorite places.
One of my favorite places.
Is it? Well, that's close to home, right?
That's right down the street from
Right
both
down the
Dom
street.
and I. We're Lunaperians or whatever we're called.
That's a good name. I like
But Chateau is a great restaurant, phenomenal food, great ambiance. Scarlett and Nancy, the owners there, are fantastic people. It's if you're ever in the area and you just want a nice casual place to have a bite to eat, and then afterwards maybe take a stroll by the lake, Chateau is just an absolutely great place to do it.
I think you said it all.
Did I do a great ad read without actually having to read the ad read?
You did. They did want to talk about their newly added favorites like the walleye burger and the filet mignon and the flatbreads. But we've got a pot brewing here now. Travis 3-bet this with his aces after Bruce had come out with his Jack-10 of diamonds. So now we're going to go four-handed.
Yeah, this is a flop where everybody is got a strong hand and looking to catch a piece. There's a lot of flops here that could provide some major action.
Ooh,
And a
jack
jack
in the
high
window.
flop is going to do that.
Yeah.
We got top pair, we've got top set, we've got an over pair. Even ace queen has backdoor clubs and 2 overs. This has potential to be our biggest pot of the night.
They were in the end, and I didn't want
Yeah, no, you're right. No, I understand that.
Travis makes a very, very small continuation bet, which I don't necessarily love on this board texture. It's inviting a lot of calls. It's the best possible move when he's up against top set here. Then he's going to go ahead and get away. Buddha, just a smooth call. Again on a wet board. I might have wanted to bump this up a little bit, but
If you say it like that, it makes a lot of sense.
And it looks like Bruce is reaching for raising chips.
and that's why Buddha's a great player. He, maybe he has a sense that he was thinking that there could potentially be a raise behind him.
I would.
And now Buddha might find himself in a very advantageous spot if Travis decides.
10 moves all in.
And he does.
He goes all in.
Aces moves all in. Now Buddha.
No, Buddha went all in.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was
Yep.
a call and an all
It was
in.
a call from
I apologize.
aces
I
to
apologize.
Travis. Yep.
Good luck, Homer.
It can be a dangerous board here, but Buddha does not know how much of a lockdown he has this hand on right now.
70.
How much more?
670.
670
It's
total.
another 470 to you.
670 total.
Effectively, it's going to be all in to call for both players. They can both call and they'll have some chips left over, but it's going to be not very much for either one of them. Applaud Bruce's aggression there, but he's going to correctly lay this one down.
Yeah.
And Travis is going to take some time to think about this. Let's see if he can get away from it.
And while it would require everything he's got in front of him to make this call, you have to wonder that if he was really low stacked, if he was down around 200 left or under 200, he might just go ahead and make this snap call.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Stack depth is a huge. What a great fold.
Yeah.
What a great fold by
That's the
Travis.
case, Jack.
And well played by Buddha.
Oh, you bad.
Case Jack comes on the board, and Buddha's going to win a nice pot. That could have been a lot bigger, but Travis got away from that hand. That's very, very, very tough fold. You get aces once out of every 169 hands on average, and you don't really want to fold them. But sometimes it's correct to do so, and Travis did there.
But yeah, the Chateau Louise, as you mentioned, just a fantastic place to go. They have great desserts, homemade pies, cheesecakes, as well as independent dairy ice cream. And if you've never been, you got to go there. And if you haven't been there lately, it's time to pay a visit. That's Chateau Louise, Luna Pier, Michigan, just north of us here,
Exit
right
6.
around the corner from both Dom and Noah here.
Yeah, if anyone decides they want to go, you just hit me up. I'm never not in the mood for cheesecake at the Chateau. So if you're listening and you decided to take a visit, I'm right up the street. Just give me a call, shoot me a message on Facebook. I will join you for some cheesecake and some steak.
Changing up dealers here, we got some time to talk about some events coming our way this Tuesday. Our live stream. Let's take a real quick look at the VPIP because that's changed now. Buddha now up in the lead. Zach's still up there. And while he has not been raising much, has been playing a fair amount of hands for the position that he's in.
Ace queen suited.
And that was one of the interesting dynamics of Thursday night with the no-nit game and people given the opportunity to win a bomb pot if their VPIP was low and not being moved. It was a fascinating game. It was great to watch. It was great to call. A lot of people asking how soon we're going to be doing this again. Not sure. I think the consensus was that because of all of the action, may not be sustainable as a weekly type of game. But you never know. There were so many people online that were asking about it.
Absolutely. You know, the poker community in Toledo is not as small as one might think. It's certainly not what Detroit is, or Las Vegas is, or some of the other bigger markets. But it's not small, and it's very close to some other big poker communities, namely Detroit, and not too far from Cleveland as well. So we get a lot of people coming in from out of town. When the live streams first started running, we were starting to chat, like seeing these players, and I'm like, I've never seen this person before in Detroit, never seen them in Toledo at the casino, and then all of a sudden it's just, oh yeah, I'm driving here from this place that's 2 hours away. I'm driving here from this place that's an hour and a half. And I think, again, it's a testament to what a great club this is. And then you guys do a fantastic job of trying new things. Is everything going to work and catch on? Maybe not.
Maybe not.
But this no-nit game, the different kind of tournaments, I'm really interested. I'm not a super huge tournament player, but I'm kind of intrigued by this double tag team idea. I think that might be a really, really cool idea. I don't know. I got to find someone to play with me, though. I think I'm a pretty good poker player, but I don't know if anybody's
the guy that just stuck his head in the door would be my first choice.
Steve's a great player. Steve's very underrated. He is, he's kind of quiet. He keeps to himself, but he's not afraid to play at any stakes. And I certainly don't love to see him at a table when I sit down.
No.
I take a lot of our players to fill that seat before Steve. But I'm heading out to Vegas next month, and I'm actually going to play in a tournament. I'm going to play the $1,600 mystery bounty at the Wynn. It's not a WSOP, so it's not a bracelet event.
Right.
But it should be a big field, big buy-in, big first place. So hopefully I'll come home with a lot more money than I left with. Maybe I'll pull one of those big bounties, make a final table, come back, and then I'm going to take you to the Chateau for some cheesecake and steak, buddy.
I'm going to hold you to that. We've got 5 players into this hand here.
John flops top 2. He's got a stranglehold on this hand right now.
That's 20.
Everybody else is going to need runners. The spot where on a pretty dry board, John can feel comfortable just calling, which he does. And now he can feel even more comfortable. That's probably going to shut down the action for Bruce here. And as I say that, Bruce reaches for chips and bets half pot. And John goes ahead and moves all in. Again, I guess he didn't have that much left, so he figured he was just going to stick it in. But in position, the hand on lockdown, you could probably just call there.
Your turn, Zach. You want to, you don't have to.
Not quite a double for John, but he picks up some nice chips there.
Tim Yeager is watching, and Tim says, never forget, I beat Noah out of $70 playing gin.
Yeah, he posted the same comment on YouTube as well. So, Tim,
which
now
you were
that
trying
you
to
have
ignore?
talked about our last session that we ever played, would you care to talk to the people about any of the previous 10 to 15 sessions? I mean, what have you done for me lately? That's fine. That's great. But never forget that once upon a time, the Wizard put up on the stream that I was up 300 at the beginning of the stream because of Tim's gin money. And, it's just...
I love it. I love it.
My daughter had a good Christmas that year. That's all I'm saying. That's all thanks to Uncle Tim. Uncle Tim and his gin money. We got a nice pot brewing here. Aces for Bruce.
I haven't seen anything since we came back from dinner.
More than doubled your money.
Nobody flops a 6. Nobody flops a king. Aces are in a pretty big command here. Zach picks up a 7 on the turn. Gutter ball for John now. Again, there's not going to be a lot going on. And I expect a raise here from Bruce.
No.
And he does not.
He does not.
Wow. That is an interesting line to take. Nobody gets there. And
And here we go with that conversation about the value bet on the river. What's the right amount?
I'm sure Zach's going to flip in a green chip here with a pair. He does. Finds a nice little value bet on the river there from Bruce.
Yeah, then I screw up and try to.
Tim says, love you guys. Doing a great job. I ended up picking up some OT today. Yes, you read that right. I voluntarily decided to work.
What?
That is, yeah, listen. This is 2023 and some strange things are happening, including Tim has not made his way back to the reserve. He's found a job and he's working voluntarily and picking up extra hours.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the kind words, Tim. You are one of the goats of the reserve broadcast booth.
Absolutely.
And I hope that I am doing a decent job living up to the legacy that you've set in here.
Well said.
Fold. Fold. Call. Call.
Maybe they'll shift to somebody else.
Call. Fold. Check.
So four-handed now going into this flop. 3 kings already burnt. So the spades come out, which is a big help to Bruce. Bruce does bet.
Raise to 30.
Bet out 10.
Fold.
Big Willie is going to raise up to 30. Just because John has top pair right now, so he's going to make that call.
This is a spot where I think Bruce could potentially look at a raise here, but he elects to just call. It's a fine line. He's got an over, running gut shots, some spades, got a little bit of everything.
Check.
I tell you what, as snug as this game has been playing at times, especially in the second half of the stream, I have found it very odd that on so many pots, the person that has the least amount of equity and often is out of position is the one taking the leads in these pots.
Right.
And while it's not necessarily working out for them in every spot, I really applaud the effort because I think that it's really nice when you have players that are trying to mix it up and they might not flop what they want, but they're like, I'm going to fight for this pot.
Yeah.
And the great poker players of the world, they fight for every pot. And there's some pretty good players here fighting for pots.
So Bruce makes the call.
Heads up to a river.
And that aggression actually folded out the best hand on the turn. Unfortunately, for Big Willie, Bruce does hit a 4, but he is again firing out a big bet and putting Bruce in a really tough spot. So Big Willie's aggression folded out not only the button, but the player who had top pair and the most equity, and now has found himself behind on the river, but probably going to win this pot, and he does.
Well played. What was that? Oh, okay. All right, so let's talk about the summer series coming up here. And why are we having the summer series? So that we can lead up to this $100,000 main event, July 27th to the 30th. This is a $140 buy-in, folks. Great value. 40,000 starting stack, 25-minute levels, day 1. Late entry until the start of level 9. Top 10% in each flight. Advance to day 2. Everyone who bags in your flight, you will receive $200 at the conclusion of the flight. That's a new twist for us as well. It's a great aspect to this tournament. There's a $1,000 double bag bonus paid immediately when you double bag. And this is just going to be a fantastic series for us, culminating in this $100,000 main event. We expect, the wizard says we easily expect about 1,500 players.
And this is one of those tournaments that, like, players like me, I'm not going to play a lot of tournaments, but when there are local tournaments like this, even cash game players are going to come from all around to play at tournaments like this. There's great value. Those double bag bonuses are huge.
Yeah.
If you sneak into a bag with just dust, and then you come back the next day and bag a decent chip amount, you get, not only do you get to take the higher of your 2 chip counts, but then you also get to put $1,000 in your pocket no matter what else happens.
Right.
So it's, it's obviously a great way to juice up the prize pool, get more interest. You want people playing multiple flights, but it's also a great way to put some value in your pocket if you're a tournament player that feels confident to get to that day 2 on multiple occasions. And I know a lot of players out there are going to play every flight, sometimes multiple buy-ins per flight, in order to take advantage of that opportunity.
Absolutely.
So
we got a dicey situation going on here with Doc hitting the top pair, but then Denny 2 pair, and Wild Bill now turns 2 pair. So both players with the 2 pair are going to stick around here.
Ace correctly folds here, and this 9 is going to let Wild Bill completely off the hook. That could have gotten expensive for him, but that 9 counterfeits him and lets him get away from it.
And there's our chip count. Doc still continues to stay at or above 2,000.
Is Doc still there?
What's that?
Is he still at the table?
Doc?
Yeah. I gave him all these compliments. I showered him with praise. Talked about how great he was playing, how aggressive he was being. I said he's going to continue now that he has a big stack. And then it's just been crickets for the last few hours.
It really has. Yeah.
So I'm going to let him hear about this. I'm not going to throw out these compliments if he's just going to take them and put them on lockdown like his chips. I mean, come on, Doc.
Well, I think to your point, this has been a night of 2 different games.
It's the other way around when you guys are all
a game before the break and a different game after the break.
Well, he's trying to go
It's been
backwards.
differently, and to your point, a big part of that was when John from Fort Wayne was in there.
Not him, it's the weed.
That is some good stuff.
I don't smoke.
No.
You're old enough, it's legal now.
I used to.
Oh,
I don't smoke it anymore either, I eat
oh.
it. Yeah, it's nicer, high, healthier for you.
And he shifted the conversation.
Buddha never doesn't like to talk about his business.
Anti-inflammatory, and that's really good for you because diseases, just about every one of them start with inflammation.
Randy says, ask him if he isn't going to play any hands to go make some sandwiches.
Well, all this talk about the chateau, I am getting a little hungry.
Me too.
And so if Doc's going to make sandwiches, I'm in. Or perhaps the wonderful woman who's going to make treats for tomorrow could make them early and bring them over. That would be great.
So what is that reference to Doc making sandwiches? Do you know what that's about?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I just like sandwiches.
Yeah.
Is there ever? I don't think there's ever a need to have a reason to talk about
I'm
sandwiches.
just wondering if maybe Doc has a propensity to making really great sandwiches. So we've got 3-handed going here. Buddha raised it up with ace-king. Pocket boys came along. And Zach's going to hit the best of this with his 10-8.
Check. That's
He's in
35.
good position to bet this.
Not the flop that Buddha's looking for when he makes an early position with ace king, and he's probably just going to let this one go.
Probably folding the best hand here, Zach.
No.
Nope, you're folding the worst hand, Buddha. You're in 3rd place, buddy.
You're in 3rd place, buddy.
Try not to. I know.
Oh, that winner. How much you adding on for?
I'm topping off at 5.
JP is topping off to 500 here. Maybe he feels like the game's picking up a little bit, wants the chance to play a big pot, get himself into the profit.
So as always, if you have any questions about what we've got coming up, you can always go to the reservepoker.com,
We got an undergun
and
shadow
we
for 10.
continually keep that updated. If you go on there right now, which I am, you can see that there's explanation around the Action Factory no nits allowed, which we had this past Thursday, and I think we're going to run it again this Thursday. We're also talking about $10,000 guarantee salute to service coming up on July 8th. Tomorrow is the $100. I'm sorry. Tomorrow is the Sunday Fun Day. $100 one re-entry.
Option. Okay.
6 players coming into this flop.
You're 6-handed.
And again, a wide variety of hands.
Just 6 players? That's it? I'm always disappointed when deuces don't flop a set. I don't know. There's something about it. And every time someone has deuces, I just gravitate to them, and I just immediately look at the flop because I want to see that deuce. I want to see ducks flop a set. It's just, I just love it.
20.
Bruce bets out from the button with air.
I always do it. And I end up
$20, and Buddha's going to come along with his 8.
I'm gonna stop.
John has a 4.
No, peer pressure is really my weakness.
Straddling is for donkeys.
So now we're 3-handed.
Players don't do it.
Going to the turn.
And I probably should keep straddling.
Bruce has been a really interesting player tonight. He's taken some really interesting and ambitious lines, but he's also made some really nice folds as well. He seems like he likes getting in there and mixing it up.
That's 100.
Buddha goes ahead and rivers 2-pair.
And bets the pot.
And tries to get value out of a king that doesn't exist, but I think that would have had a king been in there.
Tomorrow is Sunday Fun Day. That's a $100 one re-entry, as close as you can get to a freeze out. And Monday night is a $60 no limit home to the tournament. Now Monday nights have been really strong for us cash games. We get questions from people about cash games that are not in the live stream. We have cash games. We would like to have cash games 7 days a week. Multiple tables. We've just primarily been about. We just have a lot of tournaments, but we do have a lot of cash games as well. They don't necessarily have to be in the live stream. Monday night is a good night for that.
Absolutely. The Monday night round by round game is really, really great here. The tough part about when you run a lot of tournaments is that most of the players that are there for the tournaments.
Yeah.
And it's not like you're just going to get 7, 8, 9 players that all bust out at the same time that are going to want to play cash. So
I can't freaking wait.
you can hamper that a little bit, but there's some really great cash games, not just the screen games here.
I did hear him say, "Wow, all in."
Tournaments are just phenomenal.
It's gonna be great. I can't wait. Literally, we're probably gonna watch it tonight and just laugh.
So a little bit something for everybody here.
That's if I ever leave here.
John's going to bet out
Got a bet at 25, but a call. Buddha.
with the 7-5 and a quick call from Bruce, the top pair. But Buddha's going to get out of the way.
King helps
really-
no one.
What's that?
So the king helps no one.
That's 30.
John goes ahead and makes another bet.
Call.
Bruce not going anywhere. John's going to have to fire a big bet here if he's going to get Bruce to go away.
That's
And
not
that
big
is
enough.
not going to be it. The all-in was about the only bet that I think would have given Bruce pause.
Over here,
But maybe the small bet is going to be more of a value. Wow.
Wow.
You know what? Sometimes small is better. Sometimes those small bets that just look like they're begging to be called are the ones that can get through. Kudos to John. What a nice bet.
I'll do whatever.
So there you see it on the bottom, the reservepoker.com. Sunday Fun Day tomorrow, $100 buy-in, 1 p.m. start time. There's only one re-entry allowed.
We got an undergun shadow for 10.
And don't forget that Marge, a.k.a. Grandma, is bringing in some treats for us tomorrow.
I might come down just for that. I don't know that I'll come play the tournament, but if there's treats.
They'll be on the
Don't have to
counter.
ask me twice.
Welcome to all. That's how she is. That's how she rolls.
Actually, I'm taking no folds.
Jimmy was mentioning in the middle of that pot that he wants to watch the stream back tonight because he thinks that I'm going to spend the entire stream making fun of him. And now I'm just disappointed that I haven't taken more of those opportunities.
Yeah, there's still a little time left. We're going to be going here till 10:15, probably another 35 minutes, if you will.
We are three-handed.
Three-handed, each of them with an ace.
Oh, Denny just flops the world there. I love that flop.
Yeah.
Gutter ball, nut flush draw. Doesn't have much competition for this pot.
Fold.
Not often that the worst ace high is going to have the biggest equity, but he does, and he takes it down. It's almost one of those hands where you have nothing. You just have ace high. You're betting to just take it down, and then when you do, you're almost disappointed.
Right.
Because you wanted the chance to get there.
Yes.
Because you have so many cards that just make your hand.
Yeah.
Buddha, you first stack, sir.
Buddha
It's almost
has
like
been running
getting
really
up
nice
the
here.
courage to ask the pretty girl to dance, and then you turn around and she already left.
100%. 100%. Buddha has quietly stormed his way into second place in the chip counts here with 1,400. He topped up not too long after the second half started, and he has put together a nice night and demonstrating why he's been a lasting member of the poker community for so many years, because he just quietly wins. Quietly wins. And everybody likes them at the game, so everybody invites him.
In the world of bad cards, he's a win.
Four-handed now.
It's a race to see who has the worst card. Maybe tiebreaker.
Check.
Nobody gets much of anything here. Denny flops a 5.
That's 25.
And I think this aggression is going to pay off for Bruce. He did have position over the other two players, of course.
The more I fold, the better I do.
But he's going to take this pot down.
The harder I work, the luckier I am.
Appreciate you.
And we talked about it before. A week from today, we will, instead of the regular Joe, we will have the regular Jane poker game, and that'll be all ladies. If you are interested in playing in that, that's a 1-3 game with $200 to $500 buy-in. And that is next Saturday night. This Tuesday night, we'll continue with our 5. What are you guys playing? 5-10 on Tuesday night live stream.
I mean, it's always advertised as 2-5.
2-5, yeah.
We usually started at just 5-5 just
5-5.
to keep the whites off the table and get the game to go faster. But it very quickly turns into 5-5-10, sometimes 5-10-25. Nobody seems to want to argue about making it more juicy and more action.
Right.
So it's really just whoever decides to speak up, and Jared and a few others are usually quick to be like, you guys just want to go ahead and put the straddle on now, and nobody says anything, and that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Dreams of deuce. I was like, okay. And I had a guy shove all in on me.
You're like laughing as you're
I'm
calling.
like, oh, okay. I call.
Did you have a little
6
bit
players
of
now.
from it?
Little bitty pot.
Yeah, that guy.
Nobody got crazy beforehand.
Caught him with his hand in the cookie jar.
Jimmy P.
And it wasn't a small
Flopping the
one.
nut
It was
straight here.
60.
15, 7.
Well, those rags out there, he probably thought he was safe.
Right.
Bill go ahead and bets out with his top pair and a gut shot.
Bluff at it.
Yeah.
Bruce
Call.
coming along with pair of 9s.
Raise 60.
Jimmy's not going to wait on pumping this up.
Fold.
He doesn't like those 2 hearts out there.
Right.
He does have 1 heart blocker.
And I had another guy going all in on me.
Fold.
Raise might be a bit much to
Turned
get
a set of
customers,
4s.
but Bruce has shown the ability to want to get a little sticky here. I think if he had the ace of hearts instead of the 9 of hearts here, he would definitely be seeing a turn. So let's see what he does here. He does get away from it. I've had this happen to me many times. Stuck in a game, flop the nuts,
On those
get a
tournaments,
bet into you in a call, and you just get a little frisky, maybe make a little bit too big of a raise, and you don't get the customers you might want.
Who won it?
I think they chopped 3 ways last night.
Mentioned earlier that the Friday night free roll
Last night was seven.
has been just wildly successful. We had over 90 players entries this past Friday. It just keeps continuing to grow. But we've also, with the help of Jared, been getting a 5-10 cash game going. It is in the live stream room, but it's not live streamed. And it's been a lot of action. And if you're interested in being a part of that as well, because Jared's kind of spearheading this up, making sure that he's making the phone calls, securing the players. But if you want to be a part of that, let us know, and we'll get you on the list. And it turns out that they played till 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, if you don't mind playing 5-10 and you like an action game, you're going to want to come down here on Friday nights. And I'm certain if you get a hold of the club, they will put you in touch with Jared, who might have the list for it, or the list might be kept here. Not quite sure, but it's going to be a good game, and looks like it's going to be a game that runs regularly here. So I know I'll be playing in it as often as I can. It's a good lineup.
Alright, we have heads up.
Three bet from Big Will E with ace queen of spades. Got a lot of the folks out, and boom, he hits this hard.
Push it in.
And John with the king of spades, will he be able to get away from this?
That's a photo.
No, I mean, not for the turn. I like the strategy by Big Willie, because he bets out and keeps a high spade in there, and then the spade comes and he just checks back.
Yeah,
I would have preferred a bet there, because I think that the person calling you is likely going to have that bigger spade. But at the same time, you've got the ace and the queen, so you've got the board kind of locked up when it comes to spades. But he does win a nice pot. John bets 25 on the river. Big Willie raises to 50 and gets a quick call.
Getting back to this week's schedule, Tuesday night we've returned the $20 shit show. Very popular. Wednesday night, as we mentioned before, the $100 freeze out. That's become very popular. Great game. It's very popular with the dealers. We get in and we try to figure out where we are on the list, whether we can pass and hopefully get into that tournament. But Wednesday night freeze out, 6 p.m. start time, $100 buy-in, 30,000 starting stack, and then, as always, got the ability to get cash games going here.
Raise to 30.
I'll tell you what, you guys are doing the Lord's work. You know, dealing is not easy. I've been around poker a long time, and I would be an excellent dealer for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then I would just be like, you know what, you guys got to find somebody else to do this. It's too much. And the first time some player blamed me for a bad beat, I'd be out the door. So and someone who spends a lot of times in a lot of different card rooms, I see a lot of dealers of a lot of different skill levels. And the dealers here at the Reserve are the most consistently high-level dealers that I have been around.
No, thank you.
There are no slouches. There are no dealers that make a bunch of mistakes or who are super slow. They control the action. They're not afraid to interact with players and have a little fun when it's appropriate.
Right.
And when it's not, they mind their business and do their job. I can't tell you how many times I've been playing in a casino and it's just been like, maybe I should go walk around for the next 25 minutes because this dealer is not, and I don't mean from a bad luck standpoint, just a slow dealer, mistake dealer, and there are just none of those here. Like everybody who comes in the box at the Reserve is just fantastic.
Look, everybody.
So he had a suspicion that he was in the lead with his pocket eights, and he was right. So he put a bet out and took that down for Wild Bill. Wild Bill at 527. We got Doc still at 2,000, and Big Willie has now moved ahead of Buddha And we've got a dealer change. Speaking of dealers, we've got Josh Black coming in.
And just when I was starting to talk about the fact that you guys don't have any bad dealers, your one bad one comes in. No, I'm just kidding, Black. I'm just kidding. He's a fantastic guy. I just like to give him a
No,
hard
but he
time.
takes it. He takes the ribbing as well as anybody. I have a saying that there's two types of poker players. There are those that blame the dealer and those that don't. So you just there are just players that they can't help themselves. It's never their fault. And then there's other people that are realistic about the situation. So that's just how it goes.
I have lots of pet peeves when it comes to poker. Most of them obviously player related, but none irks me more than the people who turn the blame on the dealer.
Yeah.
Like, ugh, this guy never deals me a winner. He's always bad
Always.
beating me. Like, dude, there's a shuffle machine on the table. All the dude's is doing is cutting the cards.
Yeah.
That's it. And
Yeah.
he's dealing it out, and he's doing a good job. Play better, run better.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with the dealer.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, 95.
Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
where
You know what they did?
That's the main artery.
They filled it in with
Yeah, you try to be polite. I mean, oftentimes the what you feel the correct answer would be just play better. Or if I'm to blame, then I must have made you make that call, or I must have made you not raise ahead of pre-flop with your aces. So yeah, that's my fault. I didn't do that.
My frustration with dealers is only if they're not controlling the game, keeping it going at a nice brisk pace. You know, live poker is the downgrade from online is that you just don't see as enough hands. So you want somebody who's going to control the pace, and it does get frustrating when the dealer's not keeping the game in motion or is making a lot of mistakes. But like I said, for the most part, you don't get to see any of that here.
Well, appreciate that.
All right.
Zach's in a great position here with his trip queens. He's just going to go ahead and make the all-in call from John. That's not a bad board for John either. Like, you're going to be ahead a great percentage of the time, and he's going to have to spike one of his 2 nines to get lucky here. Not going to happen. Zach
No.
makes a full house on the river and takes down a nice little pot.
Yeah. I could run chips to you, Judge.
I know. I'm gonna go outside for a second.
All right, he's coming back.
Good flop for that hand.
Or
John's
John's
say
gonna
he's
take
coming
a-
back.
Yep, Johnson said he's going to take a quick little break.
Yep.
And then he's going to reload, keep playing. Think that they've got time are they playing till tonight, Vic?
I think the live stream is over at 10:15. I think they are playing till 10. The wizard might update us if he isn't out having a smoke or eating a sandwich. Speaking of
Yeah, every
sandwiches.
day this
Maybe
week
Doc
I try
made him
to
a
find way
sandwich.
to get up there from Monroe. Is that 2 or 1? Thank you. And
Well, it was really nice to see Doc play in the first half.
one way or the other.
You know, his body double came in for the second half of the stream. He sat there. He gets 2 cards. He looks at them. He hands them back very nicely. Posts his blinds on time. But I don't know that I've seen Doc play a hand the entire second half of the stream.
No.
I made that run for 4 years, and it was always.
But they got construction on 275 all the way up, like once you get past the Metro Park courses or whatever.
So another small pot. We haven't had too many of these.
No, limped pot
A
with
limp
a
pot.
suited ace.
with
and a king
some
jack.
decent hands.
That is 30.
Denny's going to bet out his King Jack.
I'm sure if you
Wild
GPS
Bill
they
getting a
didn't, like,
big,
update
big,
the
big.
On the
traffic
button
and
here.
stuff.
I'm making a big race
But
here.
you know what? On the way home the other day,
I love me
Bill
some
and I
combo
took
draws.
Yeah.
And I would have made that about 90 to 100 right there.
That seemed like there was no construction on the Lodge and then no construction on 75 South once you get out of Detroit. Or like very little.
Same bet.
30s
Coming
and
back
30s,
with
so I
Denny
think
with
that might
30
be
bucks.
the ticket. But when I
And
try to
a
put it
smooth
in
call
the
from
directions, never
Wild
let me
Bill.
go that way.
Bill's decided to take this passively, and he's going to get to see a turn in a river for $30 each. And he doesn't get there.
30.
Wow, you'd flop the world.
Denny bets $30 for the 3rd straight street, and he's going to take it down.
That traveler check there.
Well, we aren't going to leave tonight without talking once again about the Salute to Service, our July 8th $10,000 prize pool guarantee free roll tournament for current or retired servicemen and women. They get to come in and play, and only they get to come in and play. They get to play for free. There will be $100 rebuys. We're raising money for that $10,000 prize pool. We're getting closer and closer each day, but that will be guaranteed. Great opportunity for somebody to come in. I was talking to, Chris, a.k.a. Boots, last night. He is a current service. He is in the reserves. And I said to him, so I hope you're telling all your buddies about this. And he said, well, I was with a bunch of guys in Iraq that I taught how to play poker, and now they're in different places, and so there's really not a lot of guys. And I said, but Chris, it's free. And he said, oh, yeah. No, I should tell all the guys about it. It's absolutely. Just come in and play for free and give us the opportunity to thank you very much for your service.
Yeah, I hope you guys have reached out to some of the local, things with like the reserves and the National Guard, and like telling them like this is such a great opportunity. No one else can come and play this tournament. They probably should let me play the tournament because I'm just dead money for the rebuys. But this is a tournament strictly for active military members and veterans.
I'm sure it would have. At least
it's going to be a great time, and I'm looking forward to it. That's one of those feature tables and final tables that I'm probably going to watch because there's probably going to be some great stories and some great camaraderie.
Well, we talked about the format of the live stream, and we're going to take every opportunity we can to have service members come in here and do some interviews, talk about their life and their experiences. And,
that's awesome.
So we're going to take it beyond what we might normally do with the live stream, and we're all looking forward to it. That's July 8th. That's 2 weeks from today.
I will be in Vegas.
Yeah, good luck.
I'm winning that money so I can treat you to dinner at the Chateau.
I'm going to write that down.
Brian, thank you so much for the kind words on YouTube. I was a little nervous about coming in the booth tonight, but Vic's done a good job of showing me the ropes and carrying me a little bit. And if Steve and Jim and Marissa want me back in the booth, I'd be happy to come back. It's been a fun time.
Third Street, Susie, Third Street.
Huh?
Where you guys place at?
Waterville.
Bar in there too, or just a cigar lounge?
JP,
We got
going to
liquor.
go ahead and fold and go back to chilling in his hot pink crab dress shirt.
And then big
We're heads up here. Ace Jack versus
Are you all
tens.
donation?
Huh?
Are you all donation for the group? Or is that be purchased?
That's
Oh, it's a purchase.
it's a little bit of an action flop there.
Guys in the back.
Obviously, Bill has 3 overs to his
They,
pair, but he does have an open-ended straight draw.
They just can't come to the front with it because we have a liquor license up front.
Okay.
It's a retail store, but the back is a private club.
Gotcha.
35.
Bill's going to go ahead and take the lead here in the turn and bet 35. I don't think Zach's going anywhere. He's not.
What's that? I said, wait, they hate my wife so much one day that I'm gonna go hang out with the cigar. Dude, it's a blast. I'm sure it is. We have a freaking blast. I bet there's 20 guys there right there with this on.
Reaches for chips,
Smoking
which
cigars, playing $20 poker.
he shows the pocket tens to Zach.
Bill did the classic move there. He checked and immediately looked over, ready to turn his cards over, hoping for a check showdown.
Yeah.
And Zach said, no,
No,
sir. No, sir. No free cards.
Not going to happen.
We're gonna make you pay to see it.
Well, I'm going to make this tougher for you to stay away from here tomorrow because Marge has just gave us her menu for tomorrow's treats. She's bringing in confetti cupcakes, brownies with nuts, banana nut muffins, chocolate cupcakes, strawberry cupcakes, pineapple with coconut cupcakes, one of my favorites, Oreo cupcakes, a dozen of assorted cupcakes, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Special announcement: all the tournaments are canceled for tomorrow. I'm going to come and just take care of the treats just so they don't go to waste. But
yes.
We've canceled everything for tomorrow, so don't bother showing up for these treats because I'm just going to take care of them on myself.
And this is how considerate Marge is. She knows I'm gluten-free, and she does make treats. I don't know if any of those are tomorrow, but she'll come up to me and say, the lemon bars are gluten-free. So instead of eating one, I eat 3.
But this is why I love this community. There's so many wonderful people in this community. It really feels like a family more than it does a bunch of competitors battling it out for chips and money. You know, it's really nice. We got a nice little pot brewing here. Couple limps. Bruce, who's been very active tonight, has raised it up with aces. We'll see if he's going to get any customers behind. I imagine Big Willie's going to call here with his suited king. And as soon as I say that, he immediately folds. And Buddha folds. And no action.
No action for the aces.
I hate when I pick up the aces and get no action. But I guess it's better to win a small one than lose a big one.
Rob Davis is watching. I hope you're doing well, Rob. Thanks for chiming in. We appreciate it. Mark says the gluten-free bars will be there. He says he was just going to surprise me. I'm not working tomorrow, but I believe my wife and I will have to stop in.
I think you're going to have to now.
Yeah.
We all know if he gets quad aces.
After hearing the menu.
Yeah.
You better not win this hand.
And it would be hard to pick out a favorite from that list for my wife, because I think she'll love any one of those. She'll probably lean towards the Oreo cupcake.
That does sound good. That would be second for me. I am a sucker for brownies with nuts. I just like it. I just like just a good brownie with some walnuts in there. It's good stuff. We got queens and ace king suited here. Looks like Wild Bill opened and John 3-bet. No, I'm sorry, Buddha opened.
It's happened to me before.
Yeah, but not to all the money in this side.
Oh, I thought I had
Buddha lets it go, and we're going to go heads up with a classic race situation. Ace king suited versus
A lot
queens.
of times I'll play the last hand I had, not the
We
one
want
I
a
did.
9 high flop with 2 diamonds.
75. That's enough.
Quick
Not
bet.
what we wanted. Quick bet,
Quick
fold.
bet and a quick fold.
Bill has been very, very tight tonight in terms of his post-flop play, so I didn't expect we were going to get 2 out of line there.
It was a 10 deuce.
He's not taking very many spots to go on the aggressive side of his options. But he seems like he's a solid player, and he's glad he's here joining us.
I would have thought.
I didn't know there was.
I would have thought a second longer if it was
Motor City Poker chiming in, saying the Lions and Red Wings side by side at the table tonight, repping the D.
You guys know there's a $1,000 bill?
I just purchased one of the sweatshirts. I was before we got here. I was looking over there, and the hoodie was just like that nice, soft, thin hoodie that you like wearing in the spring and the fall. They didn't have it my size because I've eaten too many of the cupcakes. So I went on their website and decided to buy one of their hoodies. There's also some really great reserve apparel out in the main room.
Yeah, we've got some great
Got
stuff
some
out there.
hats, some shirts, some hoodies, some pullovers, a little bit of everything. So if you want to buy some nice high-quality apparel, rep the reserve. Highly recommend it. I have a hat and a pullover at home. Very comfy to wear in the wintertime and the fall.
He's very in.
Three-handed now going into this flop. Buddha, Doc, and JP.
For an Eminem
That must be the graphics must be wrong. Doc's in a hand. That's so weird. I thought he's been gone for hours.
Like, oh yeah, it's going to sniff it. And I'm like, yeah.
And he
man,
bet it
I
out.
left the dumb Americans and smell it, buddy.
So JP's going to make a quick call here with his queen.
Yeah, I've been in Doc's shoes here. You just hit this run of cards, and you don't pick out anything to play, and then eventually you're just like, you know what? Taking a stand. I'm just going to play this. Kudos to him for shutting it down when he realized he was not going to get it through. Jimmy checks behind on the turn, which is going to induce a river bluff from Doc here with third club hits. Jimmy is going to fold.
Wow.
JP has just
Canadian money does feel a
not
lot different than
not been running great,
It
and
doesn't feel like
he's made some really tight folds in the river. Really tight folds.
Yeah, some guy tried to tell me the other day that U.S. money was made out of paper. I'm like, no, it's not, dude.
There's a little
He's like, what do you mean? I'm like,
It's
it's made out of cotton.
Right? If it was paper, you couldn't wash it.
It's always weird, you know, when you're not at the table and you just start picking up some of the player conversations. They're talking about what U.S. currency is made out of. And I wasn't privy to the lead up, but I just wish that I was, because sometimes you'll come back from a break at a table, and you walk into a conversation, and you're just like, what series of events led to you talking about this?
Yeah, absolutely.
But when you're sitting around with 8 or 9 other people for hours on end, you got to make the time pass.
Yes,
and
you do.
Thank God for all of us. No one wants to talk about poker strategy quite that long, so you get into some interesting sidebar conversations, and because everybody's got their own story.
Yes, they do.
I've got everybody in my phone. Like something happens. I need somebody to do a paint job for me. I know a poker player who does that. I can call him.
Right.
Your car breaks down, or you need somebody to do a roof job for you. Like, I feel like the poker community is made up of such an eclectic group of people that you always know somebody from some field. Like, I need a lawyer, I need a doctor, I need this, I need that. And if you play long enough in this community, you're going to find somebody who can help you out or at least point you in the right direction.
Well, case in point, I came in here last night and went around the tables because somebody in our building needs their duct cleaned out for their dryer. We're in a condo, we're in a building, and the pipe on the top now is leaking out water because the duct is... And I haven't had that problem before. But what did I do? Came to the reserve, and I just went around and around. I said, hey, anybody know who cleans out ductwork? That's exactly where my mind goes with those situations.
We all know when he calls it 20, and there's a diamond.
So Bruce bets out, but he does get a call from Travis.
Yep, it was an interesting river there. 10 filled in a gut shot for Travis. Such a small bet on the river. Somebody could be lost. I don't mind call from Travis there for such a small amount, but unfortunately he does win into a big diamond.
So how much is pacing? Like the time that you take to bet, the time that you take to raise, the time that you take, that time that you contemplate. How much is that consciously important to you?
Well, I mean, everybody has their own things. I will say when I'm playing at the table, I'm very conscious more so of the time that other people take than myself. I tend to be a very quick poker player.
Okay.
I started playing online, pre-Black Friday, so I am conditioned to make my decisions in far under 30 seconds if possible. Big decisions, I will take my time, but I tend to play pretty quick. I like to see a lot of hands, so that also benefits me to play at a brisk pace. So I typically am acting fairly quickly all the time. I do try and pay attention to the time other people take to act, and just if it varies. There are some people that always take a long time to act. There are some times that people that always take a short amount of time to act. It's when you start having the variance, like.
Because that becomes a tell, right?
100%. As someone who's played, obviously I got my start in online, but I've played thousands of hours of live poker, and live tells are for sure a thing. And it's not quite what you would think about in movies with the bead of sweat and the eye twitch. It's much more timing tells, betting tells, some body language stuff that you pick up on, and people get to in this way of thinking that it's if someone acts quickly they're weak, or if someone is breathing heavy that they're strong. It really doesn't matter. What you have to do is get a sample size and say, if so and so is always acting this way, and then now in this pot they're acting differently, why is that?
Why is
people
that?
differ from their norm? That's when it's typically the outlier, either potentially a big hand or a big bluff. Right? And then, so if you play with someone long enough, you can kind of pick up on that and potentially use it against them. Well, as we're chatting here about live poker tells, Buddha has just rivered a straight in a pretty big pot here. He's bet 175, and John is, again, basically all in to call here. He's got 211 left and 175 to call with top pair.
Two boards.
And a blocker to the straight.
You can scoop the whole pot, you just have to win both boards.
The turn is after the...
Yeah, I can't be.
Okay, just a second.
I am tired.
I feel like you caught off Buddha.
Yeah.
That's all I can do is lose straight.
This is a tough laydown.
Yeah.
And John makes it. What a great
Yep.
laydown there.
Too full.
It's tough to lay down top pair in that spot.
And he does show.
Buddha's a great guy. He will always typically show when he has it. He's very player friendly at the table. Good banter, good conversation. He's never going to be the guy that says, "Oh, nope, not going to show. You didn't pay to see it." That's again why people love having him at the poker table. It's why he has invites to every game all around town.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
And he's helpful to the dealer. If you notice, the blue chips are dealer appreciation chips. Those are worth $1 a piece, and so everybody's got some in front of them or nearby. And after hand putting a tip out there to the dealer, there's a box there next to the dealer where those chips go. And Buddha's always helpful or lend a hand to put those chips in the box for the dealer. Greatly appreciated. And it's actually benefits the whole table because instead of the dealer spending time putting the chips in the box, he can continue to go on with dealing the game.
Yep. Buddha doesn't matter what the stakes are. He's going to walk over there with a rack of blue chips every time.
Every time.
Doc, after a long and patient second half of not many hands, has picked up aces here. Looks like there's a straddle on, and he raised it up to 40. Buddha with the A7 suited. Has go ahead and called from his button straddle. Got a king 10 of diamonds and a queen 7 of diamonds for Bruce and Jimmy.
Boom.
And Bruce go ahead and puts a stranglehold on this flop with 2 kings.
Boom. Continuation bet there from Doc. Quick fold from Buddha. And now this looks just like a call, and it is.
This is a tough hand because you can't disguise your hand. There's no other obvious draws out there. You know, if somebody does have a big hand like aces, a call here is just gonna always scream king. That's why I like sometimes making a raise in that spot to try and disguise a little bit, where it's just like maybe I'm representing the king that I don't have and get some more money in that pot, because the check call, it's just going to shut down the action from aces, queens, jacks, things like that.
How'd that work?
I put the caveat in there, so we may be able to.
Deal. Smart Alec. Sitting on the couch. Having another cup of coffee before he goes to bed. He's got to remind us that it's called tip chips. Always helpful, that Neil Berkman.
I'm pretty much all of that first John.
So for the first time in a long time, Doc has dipped below 2,000 chips, though he still does have the table lead, but just has not had very many hands to play tonight. And then he finally picks up aces and gets flopped almost dead.
The straddle is on, and now a raise from Travis, who's been kind of quiet lately.
Oh, man, look at all these great hands. 10-8 suited, 9-8 suited, queen 9 suited, king jack.
Cool.
And Wild Bill.
Ace 10 suited, king 10. The downside is that all of this range has now pretty much been taken out of the deck, so it's very likely we're going to get like a 3-4-7 flop. But if we can get that right flop, we can have. I'm just rooting for one more big action pot tonight, and these are definitely hands to do it. Well, we've got an 8 high flop. Bruce flops top pair and a diamond draw. Jimmy has 2 overs and a diamond draw. Travis has top pair. Bruce loves this flop.
Yeah.
Everything about this flop he absolutely loves. He's got top pair. He's got a diamond draw. He's got running straight draw. He's going to go ahead and build this pot with a bet of $100 into $200.
Now, would there have been an advantage for Bruce to check raise here? I think probably making this bet sets the pace so that he's saying this is the amount. and he's probably just going to get callers rather than
Doesn't matter to me.
possibly getting too deep into the hand with still a draw.
Yeah, no, I like the lead
You
out
like
here.
the lead out?
I like the lead out here. I mean, at this end of the day, he does just have a pair of 8s, and you know, you're not going to feel super great about getting a bunch of action behind you, especially on you know. But you also don't want, what you don't want is to have a check with the intention of check raising, watch it check through, and then the king of clubs hits the turn, and you're just like, okay, well now my hand is can potentially have gone down a lot in equity. So
now we're heads up going into the turn.
So now, again, we have Jimmy's picking up a little extra equity now with his gut shot.
Oh, all in and a call from
All in and a call.
I missed. You have diamonds also then?
Wow.
Wow.
I pulled top pair
Yep.
flop.
Jimmy shoves all in the river. Bruce calls. They decide to run it once.
I don't know.
Jimmy does not improve.
Full king jack.
I had 95.
Oh, let's do that.
45,
You needed a
What
diamond.
time was it?
545,
410.
570, or 65, 567.
He's got it.
That's everything.
So much for the bomb bot. I got $100 for the bomb bot.
So you check raise a single pair, but top pair with the backdoor straight and the diamond. Then you just lead. You don't
Well,
raise that one.
I did wish that we had one more big action pot, and it happened.
Yes, it did.
Sad that Jimmy was on the losing end of it, considering he's crashing at my house tonight. But
I was going to ask that. I kind of assumed that if you drove up from Cincinnati, you were going to give him a place to stay.
yeah, he's staying in my daughter's room, so it's like a little bit of a, you know, Papa Bear and the Little Red Riding Hood, kind of a reverse bed thing.
Are his feet hanging over the end?
Just a little bit, just a little bit.
Tell me when it's okay to do it.
Well, that's better than sleeping in the alley.
He brought up a nice bottle of bourbon, so I'm sure we'll figure out a way to make the night okay. when we
Yeah.
get home.
So we are going to end the night, it looks like, with a bomb pot.
$10, guys.
And we haven't done a bomb pot all night, but we do have it coming.
You're gonna get 4.
You had hoped for this, so you got your wish.
Yeah, I kind of wanted it to happen earlier so that we could get the best part about the bomb pot. Maybe isn't the bomb pot itself; it's that the action loosens up afterwards. But I'll take it. $10 single board PLO bomb pot.
If you have a 7 and there's, you know,
Looks like Jimmy reloaded $100 strictly for the bomb pot, so I expect him to figure out a way to get it in.
Yeah.
If he catches even a little piece of this,
Right.
since this is going to be his last opportunity to get some of this back.
Does he play much PLO?
He does. He when he played more before he had his kid, he played down in Cincinnati quite a bit at the Omaha game down there. He's pretty decent Omaha player.
So only one board is going to go right there. Action's
So we've got ace 10 deuce, 2 spades. Obviously the bomb pot's a little differently. We don't see the hands till they start acting on them.
Bruce,
Nobody is.
put your cards
Bruce
in
and
the
Zach
box here.
have not
Action
been the
is
only
to you.
two we
Did
can
you check?
see right now.
I will check.
Okay. Over 5 checks.
There we go. Now everybody who's used to putting the 2 cards in has figured out how to get the 4 cards to fit in, and the hands are coming in.
Oh, you called it.
Yep. Jimmy has a gut shot wheel and a 10. Not exactly maybe the hand that he was hoping for, but he's going to get it in. I told you if he had a piece, he was getting it in. John has top 2 pair. I imagine he's going to make the call and or raise here. Doc bet 30 with a nut flush draw and a pair of 2s.
Whole stack. 175, 195, 198. 195 is going to play.
move to get 3 dealerships for me.
Not much there for Bruce.
Jimmy's
John
not bad.
followed up with an all-in, so now it's 170 back to Doc to make the call.
Yeah.
Right?
Was
195 is
anybody
total
playing
action.
after? Or?
I gotta go, I'm sorry. I
No,
can't
you're good.
stay.
I mean, I'm probably good too.
Yeah.
I gotta go through.
With the nut flush draw here, Doc's getting the right price here to get in.
He's got 5.
And Josh Black on the last hand of the night for the live stream is going to make sure that these pots are correct. We're going to have got 2 all-ins.
There's at least 4
And again, this is the bomb pot, single board. And here we go. This is a turn in the river. Nice job, Josh. Get it all out there for us to get a good look at. Appreciate it.
What are we rooting for here on the turn? Something that gives everybody a little piece. Well, there's Jimmy's 4. Jimmy makes the wheel, and has a good commanding lead now. Is he going to hold up?
And
he is.
He does. The spade draw does not hit.
He scoops with his gut shot. He was in rough shape, but gets his 4. So that's going to make him happy on the way out. Probably going to make.
Spade out there.
You have to buy me something on the way home.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a lot of fun tonight. Great to have my good friend Noah in here in the booth with me tonight. We certainly want to see that he comes back sometime soon. We were calling the Regular Joe Poker Show next week. At this time, we'll be doing the regular Jane poker game. And if you're interested in playing that, ladies, please let us know. But it's been a lot of fun. I really appreciate you coming in.
Really a pleasure to be here.
Good. I'm glad, and I hope all your viewers, all the viewers out there, had a great time. So we'll see you again soon. Stay safe, and please come in to visit us soon at the Reserve Poker Club.
Have a great night.